What? Hey, what's up? What is up? Good evening, friends. We're a little bit old and slow. Thursdays are a tough day for me. So sometimes I'm a little bit late to start the scheduled time here on Thursdays. Thirsties. Why is anonymous first, Gib? Oh, already yawning. Alright, Anonymous is in first. Uber driver, Asterbait, Nils, Count Pavel, Goiju, Miro, Arsenal fan. Ooh, we got a full schedule here. Lunatic Pandora. Yeah, we're live. Your punctuality was monitored by school. They've written home by now. I'm actually pretty good, man. It's only in the last, honestly, it's only in the last, 6 months I've been getting a little bit worse. I think it's the dementia. I'm actually quite punctual with normal stuff, but yeah, I stopped being so anal retentive about it. But Thursdays are tough. Time seems to be going faster too. I noticed this. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like the minutes go faster lately. You're a bunny boiler. All right. I had exercise today. I ate healthy. We're live. Present and accounted for. Arsenal fan. Would you like to pay extra to go early? Did you see my message about new chess club? Same as the old club. No, I did. I'm just kidding. I did. That's interesting. So you played against the highest rated player in... I don't know how big a county is in the UK. In England. I don't really have a good concept of that. But I assume it's a fairly large amount of ground. Going to a new club. I don't know, all the U.S. states are different too, but typically U.S. states, it depends, actually. I mean, we probably got it from you guys originally, the county system. I don't know what the official means of determining size of counties is. Bucks County. Mr. Coffee, what county are you in? Yeah, I did read your message, Arsenal fan. But that's interesting, going to a new club, getting to play the club champion, or the highest rated player therein. Holding your own against the top local player. Very good. Drinkers. Chess and drinking go hand in hand. Dauphin County. Mr. Coffee, I never understood that. What is Dauphin County? What does Dolphins have to do with Pennsylvania anyway? You think Dauphin County would be in Florida. What is a dolphin anyway? I've never even heard anyone named Dolphin. That's weird. Alright, we're going to start with, I guess... Oh, Jesus Christ. He even put his own game against me in here. Why do people insist on submitting their games against me? That makes me crazy. It's like playing with yourself. Do you guys... Mr. Coffee, did you ever see people that, did that on the Internet Chess Club? It just reminded me of that old joke. There was this spot on ICC that used to announce when title players were playing someone. So it would be like Mr. Serious is playing with GM Berta. But somebody at some point created a titled account or some kind of account called himself, brilliantly. So it would announce somebody WGM Crush is playing with himself. Alright, anyway, it just reminded me of that. Where you could like come up with other funny things. Alright. I guess it's time to start. I've got nothing good to drink. I've got Palinka. I've got to behave myself. Alright, D4. This is anonymous player. He's playing black against some fishy FIDE Master Strength I am. This is a game from Simul. I was playing white here. Anonymous player is black. Bishop G7, G3, Fianchetto. You know, I only recently really started thinking about this. It had never occurred to me that you could do a double Fianchetto approach against the Fianchetto King's Indian. But let's look at the database. 2013, 13, 19, 15, 18, 11, 17, 13, 18, 14, 16. There's one game by Simon Agdestein back in 1996. You know, so there were probably here and there a few games, but basically this didn't become like a respected or popular option. No, it's better than I thought it is, honestly, and I think it makes a little more sense against the Fianchetto than trying to double Fianchetto against the classical King's Indian or something. I mean, honestly, I always thought if you do something along these lines, I remember being like 2200 and having an opponent who did this. Not as effective. I'm with the rock solid pawn on e4. Anyway, I'm just throwing something out there. I know that my results with the accelerated Queen's Indian aren't so good, but it's a legitimate option here, I think, as something a little different against the Fianchetto. Anyway, castles, bishop g2, and now our moment of decision. Everything's possible. Knight c6, d6, c5. Occasionally you'll see knight a6, a6. You know, there's tons of possibilities. But knight c6. And then he played the Kavalek variation, which I think should really be also credited to Soltis. It should be like the Kavalek Soltis system. Oh, Jerry Springer died. I was almost on the Jerry Springer show. I should have been on the Jerry Springer show. That makes me sad that I was never on in my previous life. Alright. Anyway, random stuff. So knight c3, black to play here. The main line is queen a5. And that's what Kavalek, I mean, this is the Kavalek variation, actually. Right. So we could still, black can still transpose back into kind of normal lines. But this is like solid. I think the problem with this move, though, it's kind of like, well, I find myself asking myself, why am I playing the King's Indian once in a while playing this? I mean, I have to say, like, the Fianchetto variation is very solid for white, but when you follow the games of some sharp player like Tal or Bronstein or whatever, they didn't have an easy time, you know, beating people on the black side of the Fianchetto King's Indian. But I feel like, I don't know. This line is really like not much in the way of winning chances for black. It's just pretty solid. There was a pretty definitive study in New in Chess like 20 years ago. They went over this in detail. Someone did a survey on it, And I mean, I think the conclusion is that it's solid and a bit passive and a little like playing the Slav. So, yeah, its score is a little lower in terms of winning chances. I don't think bishop g4 is actually like a legitimate variation. So of all the legitimate moves for black here, queen a5, bishop f5, knight bd7, queen b6, and a6. Bishop f5 is like the lowest winning percentage. It also has the lowest losing percentage and the highest draw percentage. So, you know, it's kind of like you're not playing the King's Indian, you're playing the Slav. Now white played b3. I played b3. I'm white here. I mean, funnily enough, I don't think I ever had anyone play this against me in a tournament game. And I have played it at least in Blitz with black, but only in Blitz with white as well. I don't even have like a set response to this. I think knight h4 is the most dynamic. But it looks like knight e1 is considered stronger. Alright. If you allow knight e4, I think that black gets a little closer to equality. But I decided not to challenge black here. So b3. This allows black close to equality after knight e4. You're making a huge mistake if you don't play this. The whole point of bishop f5 is to go in here with knight e4 and trade pieces and negate like white's space advantage. So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of this. You know, I think it's kind of superficial. Trading that bishop on h3, it's like, you know, white will just play e4 and have a white square pawn structure. You're not really hurting white with that so much. But nevertheless, I like knight e4 best here. Black played a5, and now I'm out of book. With white, Dreyev, Feingold. Oof. That must be some chess.com crap. That's weird. Dreyev like killed Feingold in a Chigorin, actually. How the hell does like Feingold get to play Dreyev twice? Like if it wasn't in like chess.com or something. I could see like once. He got beat in a black side of a. It's like Dreyev has like gone to the United States like once, I think, ever, and played some tournaments a couple years ago. Because of the Sinkfield Cup. I mean, I don't think like Feingold's playing in the Sinkfield Cup. He got asked to cover. Really? Wow. You sure about that? He definitely lost to him in the Chigorin, but I think that was in an open. You should still play 94, I think. So now we got some obscure games here. Wow, Golko played this with black in 1976 as black. Wow. Stembuliak against the now canceled Alejandro Ramirez. Stembuliak won the World Junior, I guess, a couple years ago. Now I played a3, which is lame, you know. I mean, I'm playing a simul with white. I know this move is lame, but I'm trying to play safe. So, I thought the engine didn't like a3, if I remember when I analyzed the game with the computer. What is that? Everyone sucks but me. You're a little bit late. Everyone sucks but me. Are you a subscriber? Now this is definitely like. This is definitely getting a little bit sketchy for black. Although I have seen like occasionally games with knight a6 and b5. Sort of not. All right, knight c7. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't understand why an anonymous player refuses to play knight e4. I mean, this is really important, a really important idea, and trading pieces helps you. If this you're basically happy, maybe completely almost equal, and if I do something funky like knight h4, you can take and probably back off and leave my knight out on h4 where it's a little out of play. Sometimes black can even be very provocative and maybe do bishop e6. But, you know, I just don't understand his reluctance to play knight e4. Now I did knight h4, not giving him another chance. Now we have, yes, Arsenal, something like playing for b5, rook b8 is definitely... I've seen Shirov do that with knight a6. I once played knight a6 against Lichess with in a really early, you know, like here, basically. Here. And I tried to do something like along those lines. I basically played like knight c7 and rook b8 and tried to play for an early b5. It's pretty weird. Yeah, Wojtkiewicz. Even well, I mean, who do you think I learned it from? Yeah, Hubner Shirov, 1997. So that's kind of related. Related idea. And now e4, which seemed correct. But black has not managed to trade any pieces. And now he plays e5. And looking at it from black's perspective, I remember also like analyzing with the computer, I think it wanted to take or something. I don't know if d5 was my right move. This is interesting. The engine doesn't want to close it up with d5. But I'm not in love with other moves either, though this square is very weak. So I miss the idea of knight a4. Going out, hitting b6. Yeah, I mean f4 is a little over the top. f4 is, yeah. f4 is f4. d5. Yeah, I didn't know that this necessarily has much effect, but maybe I missed something there. Although, to be honest, you know, he has a square e6. I would have to calculate carefully because this pawn is hanging. It's not so easy for him, you know, after pawn takes pawn. His pieces are on weird squares, you know, like his bishop's on d7. I mean, it does nothing, and it also blocks his knight. His queen is tied down, protecting. The bishop on d7 is in a very strange position for this type of structure. But honestly, I just didn't want to give up my center. So I played this kind of on intuition. But now after closing up the position, white normally takes with the c pawn. Hello. What's up, Hates Pearls? Paris. So normally we would take this way, but the reason I didn't was I wasn't sure. Probably I should have taken this way, but I wanted to create something a little more dynamic, which is probably a bad idea. I mean, structurally speaking, I guess I thought maybe there's some kind of breakthrough here. Structurally speaking, I would normally take this way, but black has b5, and if he can push, he might have like access to b5. Frankly, I thought he has some good space on the queen side, and black's position is okay. Your idea of f4 maybe not good right away, but it might be good at some point. Wow. So, I wish I wasn't out of vodka. Alright, d5, cd5. This is risky in a sense because black can build, you know, big center. So he blockades now. This is a smart move. And sets up a kind of traditional type of, well, I would call it King's Indian formation. and I didn't know what to do with white. I wanted to play, like you're talking about, like knight f3, knight d2, but I was running into knight c5, knight d3. I just kept looking at stuff like this and being like, you know what? I don't want this to happen. I don't know how to get my knight back into the fold, essentially, with white. I just didn't know what to do. You know, I didn't want to like weaken my position radically with f4. I mean, at some point, I may move my king. I played h3 and king h2. I mean, you got to think about maybe like king h1. But it's hard to come up with a plan here for white. I'd really like to play like b4. Rook b1 was just a waiting move to try to support b4. Maybe bishop a1 and b4. And then black played queen c7. Queen c7 essentially attacking this, stopping b4, but you know, I think like b6 is a more active square for the black queen. I'm not sure he wants to go there. Another idea for black would be to bring back knight e8 and play for, you know, the traditional kind of f5 push. h6. Difficult to say, maybe f5, and if knight goes back then h6. Here, 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 I'm just waiting, and then black played queen c8, which I don't think this is a plan. He is just kind of making stuff up as he goes along. King h2, now rook b8, and suddenly I realized that this might actually be a thing, right? b5. But in order to play b5, he has to give up his white square bishop. It's quite interesting. You know, if I had this to do over again, I wonder if instead of doing like h3, should I have considered playing rook e1 with the idea of bishop f1? In other words, if I play like rook e1, he plays this, I play bishop f1, I could stop him. I could stop him from playing b5, and you know, my bishop is kind of useful in both directions. It wasn't anything special blocked in by d5 anyway. It would also guard that d3 square. So I think this is an alternative plan for white to play rook e1. What does the engine say? Shit, it's right up there. Rook e1 was up there for a second and then it dropped down. What's the problem? He has a4 breaking up my queen side. Yeah, wow. So it's even too slow. I played so he could have done this right away. Actually, it looks like he has a good game after a4. Yeah, frankly, I underestimated queen c7. Maybe I need to put my queen on e2. So on queen c7, I need to play this. I can play queen e2, guarding the c4 pawn and cracking down on clamping down on b5. That actually looks okay. He misses a4, plays rook b8, I play bishop a1, and then b5. And now, I didn't know if he would give up his light square bishop, and I thought, okay, I have the worst structure, but he has to give up his best minor piece, essentially. The light square bishop in a structure where he has quite a few pawns, you know, at least 3 pawns fixed on dark squares. So this is not a minor sort of concession. I mean, trading your good bishop for a knight is a big deal. I felt like I was fundamentally like compensated, even though I have the weaker structure. But I think at the end of the day, you've got to look back on this game and question my decision to play e takes d. And now b4, a b4, and I just blundered here. I guess I'm losing a pawn though, so I can't do this. b4 must be a mistake. Why can't I play like rook e1 again? I didn't like that this pawn is unprotected. for example, he has like queen c5 or something. The double attack. It was a good game by an anonymous player. Apparently I can play knight f3. I would assume it was too slow. Yeah, I mean, I thought I was worse here, but not that bad. But after b4 takes, I thought I had queen a4, but this is actually a really bad move. I'm attacking both his pieces, but he could just easily defend them both with queen b7. If only I had bishop f1. But it's never been available. I think that was one of my biggest mistakes in this game, never playing rook e1. Allowing for the bishop f1 would have been really important to prevent b5 and now tactically. So after a b4, I mean, he's just winning a pawn here, if he wants it. No? I mean, maybe not. There's a problem. Okay, I had an idea. Take, and rook b1. It's not so simple. There was a problem though. Knight takes. My idea was bishop c3. But I think there was some issue. For example, he has rook a8. And it's really not clear. Let's say queen b3 here. I'm just a pawn down in this position. I don't have any kind of compensation. What's up, move 11? I mean, I have a bishop pair, but it's not doing a whole lot. You know, like this bishop pair is really killing him with the dead structure. He played pretty well. I played pretty badly, I think. But here he was, like, even this is probably a good move. Rook a8. Yeah, anonymous player. You just arrived a little too late. You played very solidly. Did you have knight takes b4 here? You have it, right? You don't have to be sorry. You can always watch the replay, but I took your game first because you were first in line. You played a little too safely, and you missed some tactics. That seems to be your downside, though. You're strategically very strong. You have to improve your game tactically, because you're missing opportunities. Missing opportunities to win a pawn, in this game at least. And then finally you took a pawn. This is actually kind of a dangerous pawn to take, you know. I think the other pawn was a lot safer. Plus you're like livening my bishop when you take the pawn on d5. So it's ironic, but like, wouldn't this be better? I would rather win the pawn on b4 than the pawn on d5, because this will remain weak, and you know, there's really no like letting this bishop into the game or anything. I was actually not that concerned about being down the d pawn. Plus you're backwards here to this pawn. I thought after bishop d2 it wasn't so bad, but I think the computer said that black is significantly better even now. So I guess you offered a draw. Yeah, you're better than I thought. It's like plus 3. Jeez. Yeah, I missed how strong this is. No, I didn't think I was nearly that bad. Of course, the engine may be not that accurate, but you're up one pawn. The computer says plus 3, but only e4. The pawns look ragged. Your pawns look very ragged after that, so it's not the easiest move to play. I don't know. I'm not sure I feel comfortable for either side playing e4. But otherwise, maybe it's just hard to get out of that pin. Anyway, I like the way you played. But I think the whole variation is kind of on the passive side. Alright. I've tried to play it with black before. It's like a safe variation. Uber Driver sent us a game. This is our second game. You have no clue about strategy. You're the opposite of an anonymous player. What am I doing? Computer analysis disabled. No. This is Uber driver with black. Select a move to annotate. I don't want to annotate. Stop that. Alright, what's up, everybody? Anonymous player. I didn't play like a... I didn't play the critical line in that. My setup with like B3 is I know it's not dangerous for black, but I'm playing a simul. I don't want to take any risks. Alright, Uber driver said he recommends the IA Horowitz method of playing against the what is it? The Danish Gambit. There's a couple problems with the Danish Gambit, you know. Daniel Naroditsky's recommendation, like, aside, Queen e7 is a serious problem for white. Like, there is no way for white. It doesn't look like white can even equalize against Queen e7, so I don't know why. I honestly don't understand why Daniel Naroditsky needs to do, like, a in-depth, in-depth analysis of this variation, when even this move is good. Frankly, my opinion is that white should play other stuff, like, let's say the Goring Gambit or the Scotch Gambit, you know, are much more promising than the Danish. The Danish is probably the worst of these gambits, objectively. But, you know, it's very funny. Like, I've never seen this before, and literally last week, 2 people sent me the same, or told me about the same IA Horowitz variation, although one of them didn't know or attributed it to IA Horowitz, but, you know, Uber Driver's really old school. He's older than me, which makes him extremely old, like, decrepit. D5, you know, D5 equalizes. But I think I don't even see how white can equalize against Queen e7. It's just, it's problematic for white. So I wouldn't play the Goring Gambit with white, but anyway. Uber driver takes, bishop c4. By the way, I like knight takes c3 better. Just saying. And now, accepting, you know, if we're going to accept the Danish Gambit, I guess. I don't remember. I think what's his name? Naroditsky did a study where everyone was liking it. But he based it on some other variation here, right? Like knight f6 or something. You know, there's like no OTB games. But if you go to lichess, there's like a million billion games. Naroditsky lives in like weird like bullet fantasy land. You know, I guess his study is intended for like bullet players. I mean, I've only seen anyone, like, once in my life did I see anyone play the Danish Gambit in a tournament game when I was 1600. To be perfectly honest, it doesn't seem like something you should waste a lot of time on. There's like lots of ways for black to play, and I certainly wouldn't publish a study about it. But if you're appealing to bullet players, I guess it makes sense. Having said that, this line was recommended in one book, and I have a problem with it. Maybe Naroditsky's line is computer generated, and it's probably best. You know, in this position, knight f6 is probably the best move. Here, if you do this book line, I don't know, d5, bishop d5, knight f6, bishop f7 check, king f7, queen d8, bishop b4 check, queen d2, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2. Somewhere, I don't remember what the book was, but one book I have recommended this as, like, you know, a good way to play against the against the Danish, and I don't really get it, man. When I look at this position, I know the engine says it's like equal, and that black's best move is the TN, rook d8. But I don't know, the center, man, is really strong. E4 pawn is really strong for white. The material is equal, but it's a very dynamic situation with opposite color bishops and competing pawn majorities. How is white not at least equal, maybe a little better here? With that center pawn, this massive shield on e4. You know, there's some cheapos with like rook e8 and knight d5, I guess, but the computer ends up like saying this is better. But I think that black should avoid this. You know, this is not good enough. So Naroditsky's right in that sense. You know, black needs to find an improvement over the recommended line here. There are other options, though. This is an interesting option. The funny thing is, okay, Uber driver claims c6. Maybe that's necessary. Is there something wrong with d6? Okay, first question, is there anything wrong with d6 versus c6? Because d6, I mean, they're different. Obviously, with like c6, you could possibly play for d5. If you play d6, you're not going to be playing d5 anytime soon. No, I don't think the bishop e4 is reliable here, but it's a move probably. Naroditsky's analyzed this with the engine, you know, with knight f6 and stuff, and it's probably best. But anyway, this is Uber Driver's suggestion. I think I have a problem with it. I mean, I admit this is interesting. He plays this small center and then knight d7. This is I.A. Horowitz's suggestion. After knight f3, knight d7, castles, bishop e7, and the knight can defend f7. But my problem here isn't that like white has any kind of tactical shots, a massive attack, but I think what we get is a situation where it's kind of like a Mora. It's not a question of white having a massive attack or compensation directly for the sacrificed pawn, but this pressure, I mean, it's just like not really going away. If white is a good player, he just plays knight h6 or something. Yeah, that's the game. This is like, you know, I guess the standard recipe. I'm not sure queen b3 is a good move for white, honestly. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not necessary, you know. It's just probably not a good move. Oh yeah, there was something about knight d5. You have knight d5 here, so maybe, is it possible Uber Driver's move order is wrong? No, that's why you can't play knight f6. Yeah, you can't play knight f6. This is interesting. Knight d5. Knight d5, thinking is dangerous. So knight f6, knight e7, queen e7. Let's say like rook e1. Castles. I mean, I still think that white has compensation, you know, fairly reasonable compensation. Knight h6, e5 here? Really? No. You're gonna sack a piece? I mean, I could take too. I don't know, man. I mean, that seems a little bit too much. Serious? No. No, I mean, I think the point is that white doesn't have to do anything great, like crazy. You know, if white is just careful, I mean, even queen b3 isn't necessary. I feel like the compensation is already in the position. You know, the backwardness here. If white is careful and not impatient and doesn't go crazy, it's not that easy for black. You know. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, It's a reasonable way to play against the Danish, but I still don't think it's that bad for white. It seems like he has fairly reasonable compensation. Maybe this move is just like misplacing the queen, you know. This is kind of extreme. It gains a bishop, but the problem is it trades pieces. But I suppose black still doesn't have an easy time. Very much like a Smith-Morra. Yeah, alright, it's an interesting idea. Knight h6, rook e1, castles, and now e5. But I mean, is this too late? It's not good. It actually raises a really interesting question. What would Morales do here? Is Morales in the house? What's up, Snedsteg? Is Ubatis here? Oh, there he is. Yeah, Spectacular Camel. The question is, do you play d5 or just take on e5? I mean, the knight on h6 is really sad. It's a Danish gambit. But apparently, like, e5 is a bad move. Yeah, even knight c5 is possible. The computer just doesn't believe in this. I mean, what's white gonna do? You know, sacrifice a piece? Yeah, I mean, e5 is not the idea. You know, e5 is just like trying to brute force. You have compensation. Maybe h3, honestly. If I'm going to play something, you can keep the knight from getting back into the game. I think what white has to do is watch out for too many exchanges. That knight could actually get in trouble with like bishop c1, bishop takes h6 as well. Well, knight d4, knight f5 is an idea. Whatever you do, yeah, that's true. Whatever you do, don't exchange pieces with white. So, yeah, if I play here, you could play here. This is a good suggestion. And even this exchange isn't so bad. Because you got a bad knight on h6. I don't think this is a walk in the park for black. Very funny move 11. That's really funny. You know, make fun of my keywords and shit. Advanced sarcasm. Sometimes the blind nut finds a squirrel. I've told you that a million times, but nobody listens. Arsenal has a good point. But the thing you've got to understand, again, you know, you don't trade pieces with white, and you don't fix black structure. Anyway, alright, this is Uber Driver's game. So white goes crazy, he plays e5. Black has a plethora of good moves. This is probably the least good. Knight e5, knight e5, pawn e5, rook takes e5. And black is just up a pawn with a knight on h6, but I think knight g4 could be an issue. What's your problem with knight g4 here, Uber Driver? It's like, please put my knight in a good square, on a good square. I talk like an Eastern European. I'm talking like Mickey Mouse. We're gonna sue Mr. DeSantis. Sue him to the sewer. Knight g4. I like that better than bishop f6. The white was like way too committed to violence in this game. Look how materialistic he is. Going for that exchange. White's committed now. He's like playing like Acerbate. Jesus. Hey, he's playing forward chess. Remember, guys, what I told you? That's a form of chess where you can never move backward. He's playing forward chess. Oh my god. We just didn't know it. The Danish Gambit, that's perfect for forward chess. I can't call it advanced chess. Forward chess is like a website. But the version of chess where like you only can move forward or sideways, like so far, He's only gone forward. H3, bishop f5, rook d1. It's a sideways move. It's okay. And now knight e2. Okay, black wins. You're not allowed to move your pieces backward, bro. The whole game he played forward chess, and now he played knight e2 to trade pieces. He's down the exchange. He's down the exchange and 2 pawns, and he's gonna like trade pieces now by retreating his knight. Yeah, I get it. Maybe the knight has some squares here, but you know, slowly there's not gonna be any pieces left to attack with. Yeah, this is a weak opponent, Uber Driver. Oh, now he's not trading pieces. Jesus Christ. Rook c1. He's got a very deep idea. Yeah, Uber Driver's got it, man. He's like a freaking washing machine. A vacuum cleaner, that was it. Vacuum cleaner. They're similar. Oh no. Oh my god. Horrifying. Wow. You know, now, I mean, now we don't have too much margin for error here, Uber Driver. What's the best move in this position for black? Can somebody tell me how, or what happens after queen b6 check? Takes, a4, rook a8, rook b1. I mean, rook takes a4, rook takes b6, rook a7, followed by king over here. I'm trading queens. I can't believe Uber Driver, the master of the Hoover, missed the trade of queens. How could you not trade queens there? Of course, white has the option to play like queen f2. But I mean, that's just as good, really. You know, I'm happy to see the queens leave the board. He didn't want to take on g3, man, because he jeopardized his whole queenside structure. Well, you can take on g3 because of this. You have a check here on e3. Yeah, white has some threats, though. You know, this could be a little awkward, dude. I'm not sure you want to do that. The whole point is to like not keep the queens on the board, because the only way you can lose here with black is if you get mated. Now he plays queen b6, but like, what does that do? What the hell's the point of queen b6? Hey, let's force this king to a safer square. Now he's trying to trade queens. Uh-huh. Now he's got the right idea. Now he's got it. Yeah, wouldn't want to play h5 and like finish him off once and for all or anything. No, it doesn't work. Alright. Oh, it's still a good move. Like takes, check, and you can pick it up. Anyway, you would undouble your pawn. But Uber Driver doesn't calculate. Really bashing Uber Driver. Ooh. We're pinning ourselves. Jesus Christ. What's happening after rook f1? You have queen d4. Okay, that's fortunate. That was the point. Ah, it's over. Yeah. Rook e7. Face slap. Or face palm, sorry. You can play rook e7, and there's still theoretical hope. Face slap. eelslap.com. Alright, rook takes f2. Well, we can play rook b1 or rook e7. Which would you play? White chooses rook b1, so black can just go b6 and have no problems. That was brilliant. Wow, it's horrible. Yeah, white's just weak, man. Okay, I can't watch anymore. 3 connected pass pawns. I don't know, Uber Driver. The IA Harwood system doesn't look as, you know, this opponent makes it look easy, but I think we have to consider Naroditsky and the, you know, the Queen E7 refutations. Okay, I'm skeptical, but I admit it's playable. Now we've got Astrobate with white. drunken club players in the UK are probably down with the Danish. They're drinking Carlsberg. How do you feel about Carlsberg? They used to have it on tap in the Hastings Pier. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, they sell it. It's not that bad, though. I mean, it's certainly no worse than American beer. It's definitely better than Bud Light. Aside from the cancel culture shit. Alright, B3, knight F6. We're trying to train Acerbate. Hey, Nils. No, I didn't get your donation from last week. Oh, I mean, I did get your game, yeah. What's up? B3, knight F6, bishop B2, G6. Okay, this is one of Black's best, simplest, easy to play lines, let's say. Maybe not best, but very easy to play. G6. You're where is he on the list, guys? Last? Next to last? Man, I should push him down to like number 10. Ooh, you're in last place now. You're actually the next game in the list. Damn it. You still owe me last week's donation. Okay, just donate last week's donation. We'll call it even. But Acerbate, bishop takes f6 is overrated. I think I'd rather play the freaking Trompowsky than do this. To be honest. Because at least if you play the Trompowsky, you actually donated last week. Dude, you didn't. Who did you donate to? Like another streamer? Something must have gone wrong. Maybe you donated to someone else. Another Sladgie. You better double check. Maybe you forgot to press the send button or something. Are you sure? Because I didn't get a donation on PayPal. Bishop takes f6. You were the guy who donated $1 and I got 48 cents after PayPal took their cut? That was funny. I banned that guy from the stream. No. I don't think we got a donation last week. You should just double check, okay? Yeah. Yeah, it's no big deal. No big deal. It's just your reputation is blown. But, you know. Alright. I'm just conning you. No, of course I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't make it up. I'm not a con artist. Alright. I think you forgot to press the send button or something. It's fine. But you're the next game anyway. Acerbate plays c4. Acerbate playing the English. Bishop g7, knight f3, castles. And now d4. Jesus, Acerbate, what are you doing? You're playing queen pawn games now. Are you serious? Mr. Serious, they call me. They used to call me Mr. Serious. I made that up as a joke, but it just kind of got misconstrued eventually. So Acerbate is now playing d4 with white. Nils just donated $10. Whatever. No, we really got that one. We're going to count that for last week, because this week you're actually next. Thank you, Nils. Very generous. Good to his word. Better late than ever. It was just a slight mishap. Maybe you were in a hurry last week. Acerbate playing the white side of King's India. Now he goes Kramnik. Holy shit. Acerbate playing like Kramnik. I told you guys, what would happen if we put Acerbate on a desert island with Rubinstein's best games? Or no, Petrosian. We said Petrosian is better. Petrosian is better, because it's no like crazy shit like the King's Gambit or whatever. What if we put Astrobate for 10 years, stranded on a desert island with just Kramnik games to analyze. Carlsberg or Tuborg? You're right. Was it Tuborg? They're both bad. Carlsberg's worse, right? Tuborg's better. Dreyer. I'm drinking Dreyer. You know what's really crazy? I was in Italy and they have some kind of Dreyer beer in Italy. I don't understand how that happens. How do they have like Dreyer Antal beer in Italy? Now black played knight c6, so okay. This is like an important position, no? I'm a little confused. You're supposed to play e5 or knight of bd7. See, the problem is that Kramnik would play this line without c4. So there's two variations. There's one where white has played c4, and there's one where white has not played c4. So I'm thinking of like rook e8, no, knight on bd7, bishop g2, e5, but white is castled and the pawn's back on c4. There's a couple different variations. But the interesting question about this, basically like no one ever plays knight c6 in these type of structures, but well, you can see why. I don't know. d5. If we don't play d5, black can play e5. What does Astrobate do? So black doesn't play it, but this is the critical move. Alright, so now the question is, you have to take... This didn't happen in the game. Here's Demidog. Thank you, Nils, for the $10 donation. Welcome, Nefidov. Devil Dogs. So the $1 million question is always like, does black play this? Does black play this? Or does black like take back and sack the pawn in some sort of direct manner? Look at this. Black is 3-0 in this position. I like I like Arsenal's question. Is there actually compensation for that pawn? I don't know, but white is 0 out of 3. I don't know if that answers your question. But the fact that white is 0 for 3 doesn't sit well with me. White is 0 for 3 after just simply recapturing on e5. That's bad enough. The other lines are not a pawn sack. I mean, this is not a pawn sack. I remember seeing like someone play something like Queen C1 before, but this is kind of lame for white. What else are you supposed to do? What would George... What's the German guy? George Meyer play. I always forget. It's my gym coach's. It was my gym teacher's name. George Meyer. Yeah, Astrobate's playing like George Meyer. Closely related to Kramnik. Alright, but the game, I mean, black just doesn't have the balls to play e5 here. So he just does that. This is just like some sort of routine developing move. Astrobate, you've got to seriously consider pulling the trigger on the d5s. It's giving you some space advantage. I think the question is when. Not mandatory. But as you can see, like, black can definitely play e5 now. I don't want to let him just play the e5 without a fight here, Astrobate. So I guess the most testing move is probably castles. Ribli Zoltan, you know you're in good company there. Now someone actually played e5 here. I mean, this is weird. Zeta lost with white. Wow, 4 games. So oh, this is just another way of sacking the pawn temporarily. Okay, you're gonna get the pawn back. But I mean, what ends up happening is that white owns the d5 square. It's basically like a Budapest gambit. Pal Petran used to play like this with white. This can be strong because black doesn't get any like king side attack, and it just seems like white just sits on there. It's like, you know, it's just like, you know, they're sitting on the d5 square and black has no active counterplay. It's not really a very dynamic position for black. So I'm not sure that that's a good way to go about this. Probably at this point black should play something else, like that other game with queen c8 or something. You know, rook b8, a6, rook b8, b5, that type of plan. Probably almost anything is better. There's an old Bologan game against Sarhan. No. Alright, Aspade, good job, man, for a guy. You don't know what you're doing, but you're doing it well. He allowed e5. This is not bad for black, but the bishop on d7 is kind of oddly placed there. Exactly, wow. Snedsteg reading my mind. Yeah. That's the second game I've seen today where there's a misplaced bishop on d7. Yeah, it just doesn't really fit in this type of position. Particularly in the line that Asterbate chose where he's exchanging on e5. This definitely seems misplaced. I mean, I'm not sure taking on e5 is white's best move. But closing it up, black will just play, you know, a classic kind of closed King's Indian. Maybe Asterbate, you can consider keeping the tension. But I don't mind this. Take. Bishop a3, not a good move. Tempting, but bad. Castles looks right. Oh, we've transposed to Grachev versus Savely Golubov. Wow. Savely. I played Savely a couple years ago. How many Savelys are there? And I don't think that's spelled right. I mean, it's only the second Savely I've ever heard of. That's weird. Tartakover was like Polish? Wait, is that right? Where was Tartakover from? Savely. I mean, is it a really, like, is it a real Russian name? I played the 3 AM defense against this guy in Rapid. So Savely went with e4. Gracha is a very strong player. Man, this reminds me of my game from Sunday, where the ballsy player plays knight g5, but you play knight d4 because you're a chicken. Or Putin ordered you to play it. Well, the question is, like, Tartakov's originally from Poland? But, I mean, Savely's a weird name. That must be some kind of old-ass name. Old. Wow. Queen e7. That move is, like, asking for it. Asterbate's a genius. I mean, obviously knight d5 is interesting. If we can get the structure, we improve our structure. And then you have pressure down the c file, like... But Asterbate going for an even more aggressive move. Knight g5, a classic maneuver to use the e4 square. And then he's going to play like queen c1. If Asterbate plays Queen C1 in the next 5 moves, I'm gonna like call Petran Pal and ask him to like coach Asterbate on the white side of the B3 King's Indian or something. Petran would like just beat people. He's so strong I am, and he would just like beat people easily in these sort of like King's Indians without taking any risk whatsoever. It was funny. 94. Dude's a genius. I mean, Asterbate is a genius. Just a tiny edge for white. Just a touch. But objectively, Asterbate, maybe we should go for this. The concrete idea is, you know, pressure here, obviously, but also, ultimately, this situation with the pawn structure changes. Where does Black put his knight? Can he go here? Can he really do that? Because E2 is hanging? I don't know, this. And then try to hang on to the pawn in some sort of artificial way. Or rook E1. Wow, white's like winning. He has to find C5. Oh shit. Oh shit. He has C5. Wow, so rook E1 also allows C5? So how does this work? You gotta go like, where's move 11? Alpha 0. You gotta be like Alpha 0 to be confident here with white. I would have been nervous to like allow this e-pawn to go. Oh, interesting. Alright, Asterbate. So knight g5. Yeah, knight g5 is not quite as good, bro. Nice try, though. It's like Asterbate's first ever queen pawn game. h6, 94, take. Saving, you know, saving d5. The virginity of the d5 square. What about f5? I mean, that's the big question. You're going to have to guess what color eyes. You said that in your message, Nils, but I already guessed. I didn't know it was a trick question. I'm beginning to second guess myself, literally. Do we have anything here? I guess the point is, you know, black can survive if he gets enough space. Black is okay. You didn't read it. There was nothing to read. I didn't answer you. I answered you telepathically, like the aliens from Star Trek in the opening episodes. Where Jeff Bezos is an alien or whatever. I answered you telepathically with my glowing mind, pulsing brain. I just thought it. Dude, what are you doing, Esper? You have a good position. Black needs to play f5. What does he do? He plays this. Okay, that does nothing. And then Asterbate goes to b5. Because he wants the cheapo with bishop a3. Jeez, dude. If only like you could trade queens. Lilienthal had this game where he did like bishop takes c6 against actually it was a similar line where Lilienthal did traded on c6, but the queens went off the board and it was completely okay. If he promised to trade queens, I'll trade my bishop for that knight on c6. Those aliens from the pilot episodes of Star Trek, right? That are telepathic. Mr. Coffee should be here for this. Commander Pike. You know, the episodes of Commander Pike. He can only like press a button or whatever. He could probably have done better than James Plaskett on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Who'd do better on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? James Plaskett or Commander Pike? Commander Pike. Alright, no. Seriously. Bishop takes e4, bishop e6. Astrobate, this is a cheapo. Cheapos are for cheap players. It doesn't even work. I mean, doesn't black have, like, knight b4? Ah. You sniped the pawn on him. Uh-huh. Very nice. Yeah, it's a quality game by white, though. Pawn up. When you consider the fact that Astrobate always plays e4, he never plays d4, and he's just experimenting with the Nimzovich opening, I think you got to give him credit for this game with white. You know, he's adapted. He's adopted. But now black is getting revenge. Damn, he's coming. And, I mean, the default move is bishop g2 here, but you get shut down by, like, e4. So Astrobate makes a bold decision. He puts his bishop on d5. Sacrificing a pawn to gain control of the 7th rank. Yeah, exactly, move 11. Are you a telepathic alien as well? That's crazy, bro. I mean, yo, he might be right. Like, maybe this is really kind of like black has compensation. Nah. Yeah. I mean, you got bishop c3, actually. I mean, there's some compensation. It's true. There's some compensation here. I mean, maybe black is like b5. That might be too premature, actually. The file. It's half a pawn, let's say. Interesting decision, Astrobate. Pigs on the 7th with Astrobate. I mean, b5 has got to be better than rook b8. There goes control of the 7th rank. You guys see Astrobate playing like bishop e1? Oh shit. That's the end of the game. Homie dropped a second pawn. Oh no. He dropped a second pawn. Rook d8. Let's see. Check, rook d8. Rook d8, rook d8, bishop a5. Rook a8. There's one last chance for black here. Rook c8 check, rook d8, it looks like. Oh, he hung his rook. That was funny. He didn't know his rook was attacked. It was a surprise to him when Astrobate like took his rook with rook takes a8. But seriously, alright, we've got to play this. And now the only hope is if rook a8, rook a8, so rook d8, bishop a5, covering d2. So the only hope is this. And if you play b4, your bishop's like stuck. But I'll take it, Bob, for 200. Yeah, I can live with b4 in this position. It's too easy to get in like a4 or take out that pawn on b5. I'll live with that. That's okay. We're a pawn up. There's a tiny chance black could hang on there. Great judgment, Astrobate. But this is kind of anticlimactic where he just like gave you the exchange. Now that's a subtle move. Aspirate straight up, forcing the win with rook a7. Oh, you blundered. You did the wrong rook. You should have done rook c7. God damn it, Jerry. You're playing too fast again. Guys, what is the time control here? Oh, this was Dinekis, yeah. I didn't realize this was against Dinekis. Both of them played, both of them only used a minute and a half for the game. And they're in a rook ending now, but what do you guys think if we make it so that Astrobate has to use voice input to make his moves? Do you think it would help? I was thinking about this, you know, like we can't physically like tie his hands down from touching the mouse, but maybe if like we forced him to use the voice input, it would slow him down enough. Like that should be what we do. You know, when they start implementing voice input moves, it'll at least force him to slow down a little bit. This is a mistake. Ugh. Can't we just win this king and pawn ending somehow? Shit. I don't know about rook b6, man. Or rook a6. He needs some kind of, you know, behavioral therapy. Shock therapy would be the best. If he makes a move in under 30 seconds, he gets like an electric shock. We're talking about, like, this is kind of a fast time control, but I'm talking about like 30 minutes games. Yeah, rook b7. You go for the b pawn, pick it off, and then you win the king and pawn ending. This is weird. It's not clear what the hell he's threatening with rook a6. He doesn't really have a threat. He's started to make kind of random moves now. Uh-oh. Black missed a chance to play king g8. Yeah, it's over. Okay, whatever. Enough is enough. That should be a good game. Like, seriously. It wasn't a Nimzovich, though. You actually played d4. Alright, Nils is finally up. Nils has made good on his pledge, last week's pledge. And now I have to guess what color he is. Well, I don't know you to play e4, and I don't know you to play the accelerated dragon. So I have to guess which color he is. I'm gonna, like, you know, I'm gonna do the obvious thing here. See who won. No, I'm gonna guess you're white, and you played e4. I'm probably wrong. I honestly can't guess. It's Nils's game. He plays d4 always, and you know, he plays the Grunfeld. He plays e4, e5 with black. You're asking me to basically make a random guess. I mean, I feel like it's equally likely you could randomly play the accelerated dragon, or e4 with white. But I think the kicker is the fact that white won. That pushes me on the white side. I'm gonna say you're white here. I don't think if you played, guess after you looked at the game. I mean, I don't think like you lost horribly with white. You would, you know, or you lost horribly with black, you would submit it. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, maybe I need to look at the game because you're black and you made some kind of stupid blunder. All right, let's flip it. I must be wrong. Standard standard accelerated dragon move order. White at least playing correctly so far. No, I mean, I mean, would you play? Why would you play accelerated dragon and play this d6 move order? You know a little bit about openings. I mean, Astrobate does this, but normal players don't do this. I'm flipping the board, man. I say you're white here. I say you're white here. I don't think you would do that with black. At least if you're gonna play, if you're gonna play the accelerated dragon, I think you'd know better than to play like d6 and transpose to a normal dragon. You know opening theory to some extent. This transposes to a normal dragon. Dude, I don't believe you're playing the Dragendorf. I don't believe he's playing black here. What is a6? I don't think you can play the Dragendorf against the Yugoslav attack. I guess it's not technically a Yugoslav if you don't play bishop c4. But I don't know what it's called, you know. I mean, black is played so inaccurately. Like in the main lines, maybe g4 is not a good move. Tolnai is definitely sacking his knight on g4 here. Or his bishop. Arnaud Payen did it. My old friend. The French Payen and I played a couple of tournaments together. One in Budapest and one in Belgrade. He's played a few times. He's a nice guy. But Jakub Murray, of course, a famous grandmaster for specifically playing unusual ideas or unusual lines. I mean, Payen gave it a shot here. Now Queen A5 doesn't feel right. I want to play Rook B8 here. If I'm doing anything. It's unsound. Tolnai did it in the normal lines, you know, in the normal like bishop c4 variation or whatever. Or white played g4, he sacked the bishop against Sakis and famously beat him. I am playing Ginger GM. White has like a perfect score in this ration, check it out. The dragon is not easy, and you can't make any inaccuracies. Jewel Affair. Pretty good I am. He's just an arbiter now. But he's a decent player, 2400. He never played. He's always like an arbiter. So Queen A5 allows Knight B3. It makes sense. You got a really good attack on the king side, and black has no counterplay. H4, and this is a problem. I mean, you can't even play H5 because of G5 Knight D5 is like crushing. So it's just like a ready-made attack. There's nothing. I mean, black's basically like almost lost here. Ginger GM popularized the Dragendorf amongst amateurs. This is not a Dragendorf. Not really a Dragendorf, bro. It's more like a Puff the Magic Dragendorf, dude. This ain't the Dragendorf. I mean, this is just a bad like PC, you know, My Little Pony dragon for black. I think black is like lost here. You know, it's not even a joke. He's probably lost. I mean, the only way to play this is probably H5. And then you've got to allow, oh, yeah, I mean, it's like G5, Knight H7, Knight D5, and then you're on B6. It's over, man. It's over. Black doesn't have a defense. What are you going to do? Maybe Knight E5? Yeah, that's what he played. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess this is the only move. And now white has a plethora of options. I kind of like the Najdorf, the English attack style, like Queen G2 here. The drawback of bishop e2 is that you're cutting off your queen. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. So there's a very slight drawback of bishop e2. And yeah. I don't think we can give it up. This is your only other option. It does look a little slow. You need to develop anything. Who told you that you need to develop it anyway? What kind of chess thinking is that? I need to develop it anyway. It's developed. What if I told you it's already developed? Then you'll think about chess like in a different way, right? This is one of the deepest concepts I learned when I was like 2100. The bishop on the original square is already developed. Rooks can also be developed from the original square. You could argue that you want to connect your rooks, but it may not be necessary. Anyway, I mean, it's babysitting c4. You're going to hack the knight when it comes into c4. It's a tough call. Rook h3, unfortunately, just too vulnerable to h5. At the end of the day, I want to make one other comment. I have a little bit of mixed feelings about knight b3. Yofeir Jula here played h4, and I think, there's a case to be made that h4 is... He's a strong IM, a decent IM. I mean, he's not a weak IM. He was always around 2400. I think there's some case to be made for not playing knight b3. I think that both ways of playing this position are viable. There's a downside to bringing this knight back. This is not protected. Now you got the full Dragendorf. The puff. Dude, I just had a great idea. We could get like Snoop Dogg to endorse like chess-related openings. Puff the Magic Dragendorf with Snoop Dogg. Martha Stewart could get in on it. We could market it like hardcore. Get Snoop Dogg into chess and start smoking weed and alright, anyway. Yeah, see, I knew this would happen. Now he's going to take with the pawn and open up the b file, and you're going to turn into Anatoly Karpov. This is straight out of the Karpov. King a1 or something like that. King a1, a3, knight e2, rook b1, c3. I mean, it's possible, you didn't play this, like, perfectly. I'm a little skeptical of exchanging on g6. Because I don't really see... Okay, I guess there's a problem. If you play king b1, you might have issues here. So our king was never on b1. It has trouble getting over to a1 in time to create that, like, dark square sort of blockade. What would Karpov do, like this or something? There's no time to protect b2. You have a little trouble like defending the b2 square in a comfortable way here. Is it interesting to note that, after this, rook b8 looks accurate. But I have the feeling like exchanging pawns, I mean, why does this benefit you? You can exchange anytime you want on g6. Why? What's up, resident spectator? Wow. So there's a lot of other things we can do here. Bishop h6, prophylaxis. Engine goes b4 instead of knight c4, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I figured knight c4 maybe not the best move. But it's like he's got to make a choice. But I mean, here I kind of don't like exchanging pawns. You know, you see, you gave him that like rook f7, rook g7 defense. Like, what if you go here first? By the way. But my big question is, like, how do we defend the b2 square? If the shit hits the fan here and he starts going after our, you know, if he goes after our square, do we have to, like, play b3? I mean, maybe it's not that bad because black's so kind of undeveloped. I don't really want to do this. And we can't like bail our king out on d2. I know I'm still living on the assumption that you're white, but I have to make a choice, bro. I know it's very fun to play this game. I feel like black's opening was crap, so I assumed you were white. I'm giving, you know, it's a compliment. Sometimes you might have a dynamic idea here with e5. Now it's hard to attack him directly. But I mean, you did take out, or he, you know, white's taken out the dangerous bishop on the long diagonal, so you have pretty easy, like, defensive resources here. You played e5 or whoever, but this is also possible. You can go Karpov on him now. I think you have to change, or white has to change. We'll just call it white, okay? Because I'm tired of playing this game. Thanks, Superdriver. Superdriver, Captain Obvious. Yeah, we mentioned that like 20 minutes ago. All right. Dr. Dogma is in the house. I'm so mean to Uber driver. I don't know why he keeps coming to the stream. I'm just trying to encourage him not to be dogmatic. But white has to change his perspective, I think, now from attacking to I'm just better strategically. It's not about mate. You turn into Anatoly Karpov. So, torpedo tube number 1. Fire. I like the idea. Breaking it up. But what's the denouement here? After e5 takes? Can someone explain me how this works? What are you going to do? Just like knight e2? I need to know how the heck you tell me to be creative and calculate. Yeah. So what's the point here? Where is it? You know, here, takes, check, king f7. Where the hell is the next move? Well, somebody made a mistake, because I don't understand how this works. If I'm black here, I'm saying, alright, I'm taking this. Now you need to show me. Are you just making some sort of positional pawn sack? I like the torpedo theme, but I don't see the threat. I love the idea of e5. It's just the only problem is that it doesn't work. I mean, do you have some kind of insane move like g5 pawn takes pawn, pawn takes f6. Maybe you didn't miscalculate. Is it possible that g5 could work? e5 takes g5. This seems pretty far-fetched. But he can't take on c3. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, we are close to knight d5 here. We're one move away from a forced win. But it looks like black's hanging on. I'm afraid Uber Driver's right about this one. It looks like it's not enough. I think this is a ghost. I don't understand. Yeah, e5 doesn't work. You bluffed him. Nice bluff, man. Yeah, I'm sure that it's possible, but there's nothing there. All right, he goes queen b7. Maybe it's not a bad move. That was our plan. I don't feel good anymore. Can I go to the school nurse? Do we have g5 here? Alright, this looks like the only chance. I just don't really see our attack. The rook on g7 is... It's an interesting piece of furniture, but it is freaking protecting him. Oh my god. Say what? Somehow I doubt f4. Maybe it's time to like go nuts. You don't have enough compensation, though. Yeah, I mean, you basically screwed up, bro. And you didn't know what to do. But I guess, again, you know, e5 was a blunder. You miscalculated. His rook is misplaced, though. Maybe you can play something... Maybe you can play this kind of, like, real safely, like queen e3 or something. Just try to take advantage of the fact that his rook is sort of out of play. You could pick up that pawn on e5, you might be okay. So what's the best move here? Yep. Oh! What's my name again? What's my name? Sladgie. 1 e4 was a blunder. You panicked. You panicked too much. And I'm just not clear what we're doing here. I mean, obviously he must be pretty close to bishop takes b3. You got a queen trade there. Okay, that's not working. So why can't he just like take on f4? This is a weird move. God damn. After f4, c takes b3, a takes b3. Like, why can't he just take here? Or make some kind of useful move? a5, I don't know. a5, anybody? For example? This move... Well, I guess it's alright. It doesn't really do anything. What? Say what? Huh? Did what? Oh, you had a cheapo. Wow, dude. With a crazy tactic, rook f1, queen d8, mate. Wow, that's mental. Who even thinks of that kind of thing? What's happening here on the straight up recapture? You're just like you're just down a pawn, but I don't know. His pieces are a little awkward. It's not that easy for black. Your queen's very strong. Your rooks are active. I don't think this is like a blowout or anything because you're down a pawn. This is kind of overly fancy. I don't see it. Like, is there some reason you're afraid to play queen takes? You're completely okay here, yeah. It's like rook f7, 0.6 for black. Okay, whatever. So it feels like you consistently kind of like freaked out a little bit. But you're still alive. This is his extra pawn. If that's his extra pawn at the end of the day, it's not so bad. Nice bishop. Oof. I don't know. This could be a problem, huh? What if I trade... Wait a minute. Rook d8. You're winning? Wow. That rook g7 ended up burning him. Obviously black is okay here, though. I mean, if you play something sensible like rook f7... He totally left his king open. Oh my god. That's sick. And then you have queen d4. Wow, what a gift, man. He actually played pretty well. Although I didn't like his early opening. There's no call to lose this. No reason to lose this. Yeah, rook f7. Yeah, I think you're happy to get a half point here. You're down a pawn. Yeah, e5 instead of e6 is interesting, but it does leave Uberdriver. It does leave the d5 square open. I mean, you have to watch this a little bit. There could be some bad news here, like take. I don't know about this. Check, king f7. Both my rooks are hanging. There might not be enough, though, oddly. Maybe that doesn't work. So e5. But you have to calculate. I mean, even possible exchange sack to get the monster on d5 and then knight check. There's some funny shit that could happen here if black isn't careful. Like, seriously, if you're not careful, it's like check here, queen d8 check. Even that's not convincing because of rook there. But it's freaking close. Queen here. Just to illustrate, position is pretty dynamic. Well, I think white's hanging on, but I'm curious about this position. Should you just recapture here? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but you're lucky, man. You were like Mr. Fancy with Rook F1, and he had a reputation with Bishop G4. You're super lucky. I don't understand why you're being so fancy, though. Why not just play Queen takes F4? Right, right. No, you were super lucky. Yeah. I mean, this should have been Asterbait's submission, basically. Alright, I don't know what came over you, playing E4. But your superior skills showed themselves at the end with the crushing mate in 2. Alright, good, good, good. Count Pavel. We've got Count Pavel. Pavel Nefedov. Let's see if we can guess what color Nefedov is. I don't know, I think I guessed. Is this the right game? You're higher rated than this guy. I'm trying to beat him. What, like, your normal opening isn't good or what? Why wouldn't you just like beat him with your best? I mean, why are you suddenly playing E4? This is not your game. Then who the hell's game is it? Did I put in the wrong game? Whose game could it be? My Mondays are the board game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Alright. Maybe I got the wrong game from your study or something. To improve your calculation, well, maybe playing open games would help. What the hell? Alright, Nefedov. Why do you have to make it so difficult for me? Copy PGN. I am copying PGN. Tools, analysis board, paste. Alright, now we're going to copy over and we're going to put it back in here, and now we're going to call it Nefedov Take 2. It is the Spanish. I think you're going to quit chess again. Don't quit chess. Then who's going to donate to support my stream? Nefedov is white. This is a over the board game. Classical. You can't become a masters if you quit chess, bro. You could be a multi-master. Chess will sharpen your mind. Don't quit the chess. But Pavel always plays the white side of the Spanish. Bishop c5 is a good choice against him though, because he normally plays the gross exchange variation. I think I like Nefedov, but his opening repertoire was kind of like chosen out of a random. They were like, he picked his openings out of a random hat or something. A lot of his openings seem completely different from others. There's the exchange variation, the Schliemann. That's weird. He plays completely different stuff. The ultra sharp Schliemann, and then he'll do like kind of like quiet stuff against certain lines. It's hard to explain his opening repertoire. Obviously, chess is the most important, Nils. I think the first thing it's got to go is not chess. Video games. Alright. No more video games. Sacrifice the video games first. He's gonna be really pissed. You reckon refusing to play for draws options that need it is worth 150 points of elo? Was that like a weird way of saying like trying to push too hard? Arsenal, are you saying like trying to push too hard? Because I think in some cases, like mine, sometimes there's like too many draws that can work the other way. But I assume that pushing too hard is a way more common problem. I have the opposite, where I'll make too many draws. Although lately it hasn't been a problem. Like the last 5 games I've lost, no problem. No problem with draws. Mr. Coffee give you advice on. You were skipping the lessons at my Pioneer's Palace. That's why openings are so hard. Well, I don't think they're horrid, you know, Pavel. I don't think they're horrid. It's just that they're like kind of not cohesive in the sense that like they're different kind of styles of openings. I feel like you have, you know, your openings aren't like connected in a way. You know, they're kind of random, but they're good openings. Everything you play is okay. It's just funny to play the exchange variation against the Lopez and like the Schliemann with black. You play the 4 pawns attack against the Alyakin, but queen e2 against the Petrov. You know, it's just kind of funny. You have these like your openings in terms of like aggressivity are all over the map. You know. There's like on a scale of 1 to 10, like sometimes it's an 8 and other times it's like a 2. Most people are kind of more consistent. But you know what you know. Don't quit the chess. Yeah, so today with Hey It's Miro, honestly, we saw a game with bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, queen f6, ironically. It's just kind of funny. So the only difference is the bishop's on c4 versus the bishop on b5 here. Very slight difference in the position. It's interesting. Miro, who might be in the chat, played a game with the d4 in the Joko position, and it's the sharpest move you can play, obviously. It's funny to think about this position is like, okay, I don't think that queen f6 is really that good. If Stefanova is the best player who played it, I mean, not the disser, but okay, not Sokolov. Well, okay, so Sokolov's got a couple of games here. It's funny. Swidler rating was so high that Stefanova became the top game. But I mean, come on, dude. Like Timan versus Sokolov, Elvis Sokolov. That's 2 legit games. It's obviously a risky move. But how does the Spanish compare? I think bishop c4 is scarier for black than bishop e5. So how is d4 working here for white is what I'm wondering. We're like doing a long-term pawn sack. Is it the same theme? Yeah, it's the same theme. It's so interesting. The same exact position with bishop on c4 versus bishop on b5 is playable. Score looks pretty much about the same. But you know, it's interesting with the bishop on c4. There's some weird lines where you can trap the black queen. I think it's harder to trap the black queen here with the bishop on b5. Bishop on c4 corrals it, keeps it off of e6. Looks less likely that the black queen gets trapped in these type of lines. But obviously you don't have to play d4. Uber Driver does castling, but Uber Driver, have you ever heard of the expression like you've got to strike while the iron is hot? I know that you're a huge fan of Papa Home, Kids Out, whatever. Emanuel Lasker, Manual of Chess. And I got burned really bad by not castling in my last tournament game, which I didn't you didn't get to see. I mean, the problem in this type of setup is if you don't act now, maybe black has time to consolidate his position. In the Joko position, though, the problem is with the bishop on c4, if you castle, black can consolidate his center by playing d6, and now d4 is not as strong. But interestingly, here d6 isn't so hot because of the pin. So that's like one point in favor of castles, I guess. d6 isn't really an option. Black has to play knight on g to e7 like a scotch. This is very interesting. Well, in any case, it's a risky line for black, and Nefedov can play either castle or d4. He chose to play d4. Pawn takes pawn. Nefedov knows his variations, though, so he probably has had this before. And now you can either castle, playing like a long-term pawn sack, or recapture. There's a check on b4. If there's a check on b4, I don't remember like queen e4 check being a move in the Joko version of this. That's funny. Bishop f1 would transpose. Uber Driver. So like bishop f1. Then it would transpose. We would transpose between the Joko and the Roi Lopez. They would both be the same opening now. Very, very interesting. But I don't think that's a critical move here. Check. Knight c3. Yeah, you just don't see Nefedov going with the Morphy like king f1. But I think this move should be considered because, first of all, we can launch the h-pawn. His bishop's out to dry. Maybe we don't even need to castle. Screw Uber Driver's idea of castling. Jerry Springer died. Yeah, I should have been on the show. We would have made a great episode in my last life. It's really sad it never happened. Yeah, interesting history with Jerry Springer. He had actually been like the mayor of Cincinnati at one point in the late 70s, early 80s. Right around like 79. He was actually I actually saw Morton Downey Jr. in like Penn Station or something once. He was really kind of disgusting guy. All right, knight c3, a6. Not to be confused with Robert Downey Jr. All right. Yeah, so king f1, interesting move. Too experimental for Nefedov's taste. This is theory. Well, what games do we have here? Heinrich Dobos, 2007? Jesus. He's a Hungarian. He's got a good rating in 07, 2406. Christ. Andrei Sokolov, 1984. Russia. Russia. That's before he immigrated to France, I guess. Andrei Sokolov was a candidate for the World Championship, by the way. Knight c3, ace, not to be confused with Ivan Sokolov, who's from, like, Bosnia. a6, bishop d3. Yeah, this doesn't look good, bro. Black cannot afford to make mistakes here. So development is recommended. This is ridiculous. A6 is ridiculous. Like, there's no time for that. D5 completely makes sense. And by the way, like, okay, Heinrich Dobos lost against Lanka, but he's a pretty well-regarded theoretician, I think. Dobos knows what he's doing. Knight on g to e7, also a developing move that makes sense. Rodney Perez. But this move is just, like, awful. A terrible novelty for black. Now, Uber Driver would play bishop f1. But Nefedov doesn't fall for that. Developing the active square. So the queen here. Oh, by the way, like, you know, you may want to consider bishop c4. One of the nice tricks is like this. Here. Queen h3 and bishop takes f7 check. You know, actually, the funny part, though, if Nefedov plays bishop c4, black couldn't he, like, transpose to a Joko? He would transpose to a Joko with the additional move of a6. This is like a line. So I guess you're right, Nefedov. It's maybe. But anyway, it's not good for black, is the point. So, is the queen trapped? Where's the evidence? I guess you don't need any evidence. I mean, just like rook takes g7 it's horrible for black. Why can't take pawn on d5? Yeah, you can, but what are we talking about? Wait, take pawn move 10? Oh, on d5? You can, but it's like a pawn sack, right? I mean, that's the point. Black sacks a pawn. I mean, you know, it's for the initiative. I mean, what's he doing? You know, he's trying to gain the initiative, I guess. We sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, that's a line. I think this is, like, very similar to the Joko line. Well, what it is, it's like a transposition. I mean, this is like a variation. Bishop takes c3, bishop takes c6 check, something like that. But black has very good compensation, Nefedov. I'm not sure you want to take the pawn, necessarily. Bishop f1, I mean, you guys keep talking about bishop f1, but I mean, I'm not really buying this. I just don't subscribe to bishop f1. I mean, it's slow. Why not? I like what Nefedov did. You know, the question is, like, what's the exact refutation after this? You know, probably. Oh, you're saying queen takes g2, then bishop f1. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Huh? a6, bishop d3, queen takes g2, bishop f1? Like losing a rook? You've got knight. What is this? No, I mean, we're pinned, man. Oh, rook g1 first. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say. Bishop f1. Well, it looks like black has queen f5, and I don't trust black's position, but maybe he's not immediately lost. Although it doesn't look great. You know, it's not good. I mean, you shouldn't take the pawn. So here, 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 and now black's queen is virtually trapped. How does he defend against, like... I mean, seriously, nephew, what's up with h3? What's up? What's up? So something like d5, preventing g4 by bishop takes g4, right? But I'm sorry, like, Nefedov has a huge position here. Like, this is just a huge position. The queen is totally out in Zimbabwe. I just like castling. I would just castle. You're threatening knight e2. And black's going to have to get inventive here with something like g5 to stay alive. Probably. Even that probably doesn't work. I mean, your queen is, like, still getting trapped, right? Ooh. Black's in big trouble here. It's going to have to be d5, or takes in d5, or... So Nefedov did queen b3, but this doesn't feel right, bro. The action is over here. You know, we're trying to checkmate black's queen in this position. Oh, g4. That's a neat idea. There you go. Now that's using your noggin. Arsenal with the forbidden thoughts. Ooh, I like it. You've been analyzing too many Shirov games now. Now that's a move. Coolly refuted by queen h3. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, dude, g4, man. Ooh. No. This is legit, bro. This is legit. That looks strong, man. What is black gonna do? I think it's strong. What does he do? Like, he probably has to go back to h5. Is the queen trapped now? Your bishop f1 thing? And then, like, d5. It's over. No, but it doesn't matter. You're getting forked, aren't you? Oh, I see. You don't have it right away. Uh-huh. It's still got to be like +3 for white. Oh, man. No, knight g5, Nefedov could find that. I don't think he would play king f1. Well, I said +3, but it's only +2.3. Very strong position. Great idea by Arsenal fan. This doesn't look right. I mean, it's very possible that Nefedov still has a huge advantage after queen b3, but... I mean, honestly, like, I see nothing wrong with Arsenal's suggestion of g4, but castles is fine too. This is kind of weird. The girly move. Is that what you said? Damn, Uber driver, you're fired from CNN. They have an opening for you at Fox News, however. They're looking for a misogynistic and abusive new host. Libertarian might just fill the gap. We should get you, like, on with Ilya Smirin. Do some live commentary with Fiancetta or whatever. She'll get you canceled. Uberjar would be canceled in like 2 episodes. He's just not politically correct. Alright, castles. Bishop takes c3. Oof. This is horrible for black. Nefedov has a monster center, 2 bishops. The only thing I don't like about his position is, like, his queen is out over on b3. kind of arbitrarily. I mean, what a horrible move. Black just exchanges the bishop for nothing. It looks like it looks like a really good French or something now. This is so sick. But I mean, you know, Nils, as I told Nils, like your bishop is already developed for where it is here. It doesn't seem like Nefedov had any. He didn't have any any intention whatsoever of trapping Black's queen. Mating the queen is just as good as mating the king. Am I going to get banned for that? I think it's fair. And anyone who's like bisexual will agree. You see, Nefedov's too conservative. He only believes in checkmating the king. You gotta be more forward thinking. Checkmating the queen is just as good, bro. You're just too conservative. That queen is just begging to get trapped on h5. Totally isolated. Stuck outside with that space advantage with e5. But Neffy's not going to trap that queen with his queen on b3. I love Arsenal's suggestion. Yeah, king h1. It's another outside the box. Going Morphy style. But our queen doesn't belong on b3. It's the only bad move that Nefedov's made. I feel like we're kind of doubling down with bishop a3. It's certainly not a bad move. But I mean, this bishop's already good where it is. You know, I don't think we need to move it out to a3. There's got to be something else. What about like just the fundamental sort of like rook e1? Rook e1 has got to be good, right? Black's only move would be d6, I would assume. And then he just has this horrid structure. Or maybe he's like losing a piece after d5. No, that doesn't work. Well, in any case, rook e1 is a pretty good move. But I think bishop a3 is good too. Whatever. You know, Nefedov's making reasonable moves. Rook e8. a4, dude. No respect. Now he does rook e1. But I've seen Nefedov like drift in good positions before. He's a good player, but he's not exactly like the world's most incisive. Now he finds an interesting idea though, rook e4. You gotta love this. Another reason to play rook... Actually, another reason to play rook e1 even sooner. No, but I mean... Problem is bishop on a3. Now there's... Yeah, he prevented d6 actually. Bishop a3 is better than I thought. There is a concrete point to this. It's not just about rook e8. I give Nefedov credit for this. He's actually preventing d6. I didn't think about it in those terms. So my routine rook e1 doesn't prevent d6. Bishop a3 from Nefedov actually prevents that move. So black should probably do something like ugly, but it's obviously, this is not good for black, but ugh. All right, time for Puzzle Bot. Yeah, I mean you did the automatic move here, of course. H3. Oof. When Nefedov is getting tactical, you know you're in trouble. He normally tries to stay like super solid. But black has knight a5 now. It doesn't matter. I mean, anything like queen c2. kind of want to play like, I want to play rook h4. That doesn't work. All right. I'm sure that Nefedov is good. I really don't mind, you know, sacrificing an exchange either way. But I feel like the queen is more in the game here. Beautiful square, obviously. You just took the piece, and you're just up 2 pieces, and it's over. Look at the center. Look at the pawns. My God. Nothing. I can imagine like Stockfish's evaluation here is something like +10 for white. It must be +10. Christ. Look at those pieces. Jeez. And he does this. Now it's just torture time. This is horrifying. Now he went back to C1. Yeah. And notice the convenient luft here with the king on h2. Strong player always makes luft. Nefedov has experience. This is really a brutal like beatdown. Usually Nefedov, you know, doesn't necessarily feature his like crushing victories. But this game was really one-sided. Totally crushing the guy. Alright. Yeah, black never was okay. But it was interesting, you know, it was really interesting. I mean, I feel like you went off with queen b3. How does g4 rank? g4 is not best. Castles is best. Just the natural castles. The question is, how do we trap his queen exactly? Because, you know, you can't play h3. Do we do like h3, king h2? Let's say like d5. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty horrible. It looks like we actually can't trap black's queen. It's like, it's the best Petrov I've ever seen for white. Castles instead of CD. Yeah, it likes CD better. It likes CD better. Pretty significant. Pretty significantly. And that's the move that's definitely like in the opening explorer. No, Nefedov is on the money here. I mean, this is totally good. But I mean, his opponent's position is bad enough. But a6 is like a really bad novelty. Bishop d3 was best. But it's funny that queen takes g2 was the best try. Apparently. LVN, we might be too late. Got to get those submissions in early, but we'll see if I have enough time. Okay, so Goiju is up next. Unless someone else is going to donate. LVN, I'll analyze the game if I have time. If I feel alive enough. This is Goiju. E4, D5. LVN, thank you. Bribe. It's a small bribe, but it's the thought that counts. What is this? E4, D5, D4? Black ends up a rook. You could do his game ahead of mine. Well, I don't think it's a question of when to do it. All right. But that's nice of you, Uber driver. I'm assuming that Goju is not playing this stupid gambit. Yeah, I mean, the Black Mardeemer is a very popular cult opening. Um, you know, so there's tons and tons of millions of games with amateur players and online players and bullet players and whatnot. And it's a good opening to play where you're playing in the bullet, chess, and just developing rapidly, but I don't think Queen F3 is... it's just, you know, it's just not correct. Knight F is better. Goju, you were seriously black here and you played C5? Wow. You're white. Yeah, you wouldn't play the Scandinavian. Jesus, why are you playing this crap with white? What is this, Weird Wednesday? This better not be a tournament game. I don't mind if you... You're welcome, Nefidov. I don't mind if you play the Black Mardeemer in Blitz or Bullet, but please don't play it in Over the Board. I'd rather you played the Smith Mora or something. You're welcome, Nefidov. See you soon. Nefidov's gonna come to visit. I'm in the process of like getting ready to move, so you better not come to my apartment because we got boxes everywhere. It's chaos. If you thought last time was bad, you should see it now. We're not bringing anybody home to see my apartment. Alright, knight f6, f3. Pawn takes pawn. Knight takes. You did it. Was over the board. Sorry. Well, it's your choice, man. But your opponent, like, tried to do the impossible now. I mean, it's a nice idea. If you can get it. Yeah, unfortunately, I was hoping to move by May, but it just didn't materialize. Alright. I can show you my new apartment, even if I haven't moved there yet. C5, bishop b5 check. So the question is, do we play it like a like an Albin or something and just push? Andras Mizoros, 1993. I've lost to this guy twice. It just pisses me off. He plays so much dubious bullshit, but not against me. Actually, he did play a bad line of the Marshall against me. But I wasn't sure. So you played bishop b5 check, but first question is d5, and then you've got to ask the question about takes, obviously. I mean, is black like getting the pawn back? You know, is he getting the pawn back at all? You know, pawn takes pawn. Bishop c4 driver is another story altogether. That's definitely an option. But I've got to be honest with you, I think you're letting black get away with something here. You know, I mean, I have never, ever seen anybody play c5 in the Black Mardeemer. And I'm not sure that we just stand there and let them play it like it's totally okay. I agree, Move 11. I don't know, man. I mean, after my last tournament game, where I got hammered for not castling, I'm kind of paranoid. But I agree. Uber Driver is like a dyed-in-the-wool, like, chess conservative. That's why the Republican Party is so messed up. Their unwillingness to change, you know. The universe is constantly changing. But not conservatives. You can't change. Alright. Yeah, bishop c4 is in the spirit. Dude, but he played a move that's not allowed to be played. You're gonna sit there and take it like it's totally normal? We'll just let him play c5? The problem with bishop c4 is e6, bro. And now he got his c5 in. That's interesting, Elian. So, one thing that I'm interested in is takes. I mean, this is not going to appeal to the average Black Mardeemer player, but first off, I just want to see, is it problematic for Black to get that pawn back? No, but maybe his move makes sense. Maybe bishop e5 check makes sense. Because, okay, this, and then we take. And then what does Black do? Okay, let's say e6. Sensible suggestion. Thank you. It feels like a Caro-Kann, you know, c5 Caro-Kann. Well, I want to keep this pawn. Call me a materialist. I'm here for the pawn. Yeah, that's sort of weird-ass knight a6 type of move. Of course, that's possible, Arsenal fan. Only Arsenal fan making reasonable suggestions here. Dude, what happened to Arsenal? They got destroyed by Manchester. Jesus Christ, 4-1, bro? What are we gonna do? That's horrible, dude. Somebody needs to get their ass kicked for that. Or fired. You're not even safe here for being shaved. I didn't even follow football, and even I know that they got wrecked. Oh my god. You know you're in trouble if I know about it. Alright, anyway. Fundamentally, I don't like bishop e5 check, and even Uber Driver's suggestion makes some sense. But what about d5? It's basically, what is this? It's a reverse. It's like a reverse Albin. Essentially, that's what it is. Except like f pawn's already gone. g6 Benoni. It's not a Benoni, bro. Alright, there's some relation to the Benoni, maybe. It's a Benoni, it's like a, yeah. There's a Benoni relation. I like d5, but I'm a queen pawn player, what can I say? The engine, okay, well it's not like the Black Mardeemer is sound. Okay, this is alarming, though. I mean, over the board games, 209 and c5 is totally playable. And what? No. Nah. Nah. Wow. There's a radical move here we missed. So number one move according to Stockfish is takes, which every Black Mardeemer player is going to love, right? The first principle of the Black Mardeemer is to like trade queens on move 5. So what did we learn from this? That c5 is an actual move against the Black Mardeemer. Wow. I didn't think it was even playable. I remember Stefan Peterson recommended like e6. I'm like, I hate e6. e6 is gross. I like g6, but I hate e6, like with a passion. It's passive. I hate c6 too, but sometimes you get that out of the Caro-Kann, you can't avoid it. But this move, if it's possible, it's certainly gutsy. So let's check the lichess Opening Explorer and see what the stats are like for Black. It's not even on the list, bro. So it's down. It's down in like 8th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. And White's score is 49 to 46, which is not bad for Black. The score for Black is better than the top 2, the top 3. I mean, it's definitely better than e6. It seems to be better than bishop g4. It's definitely better than knight c6. g6 is the best move. c6 is okay. And bishop f5 is okay. But I guess the takeaway here, and I just gotta say, like, this is a really weird move. The takeaway that c5 is actually a legit defense against the Black Mardymer. Something I didn't realize, you know. But the number one move is d5. And it's clear. It's really clear. I mean, I never, like, seen or owned a book on the Black Mardymer, and I'm sure they exist. Because it is, like, a cult opening. But I think this is really important. You can see, like, people who play this opening do not want to play d takes c5, and it's not their style. So we gotta play d5. And it's essentially like a weird sort of... It's a souped up Albin, essentially, where we got an open F file. Right, right. I mean, it's totally a valid move. It's very instructive. But d5 is the critical test. Now Black could play g6 like I was talking about. What's that called? Cowlick defense. And then e6 is the, you know, e6 is the obvious. But now bishop check and take. So bishop d7 and take. And now there's all kinds of internet theory here. Interesting. Gary Lane, Gary Schmain. You gotta like find a cult expert in this. Normal over the board title players don't know shit about the Black Mardymer. Gary Lane doesn't know anything. I mean, there are people who like devote their lives to this stupid opening. I mean, you can't ask like some average IM writing a book about it. They probably know this. There's yeah, F takes e6. It looks pretty ugly for Black. So this is the material is pawn up for Black. This looks pretty strong for White. So at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, maybe e6 just doesn't cut it. It's like it really is like the Albin. I mean, a6 is a move that this is definitely worth considering. The prophylactic a6. Again, straight out, borrowed from the Albin. Well, obviously White can castle on either side. I think short with the F file, though. No, a6 is a major consideration. g6, it's basically an Albin. So I would imagine even this is a move. If we treat it like an Albin, then those are our three options. And then if you want to get really funky, I'm gonna suggest a novelty. Can we get like queen somewhere crazy, like queen a5? Mr. Aces. Somebody named Mr. Aces played this. Knight e5. I just wanted to throw out queen a5. Queen b6. Queen b6 is a little better, but it's too much. So you got three options. g6, a6. Those are probably the best. Possibly knight on bd7. Alright, but anyway, I think that's your best option. So let's go back. Let's see what you did. The problem with this is that you're trading off Black's, undeveloped bishop. 95 mineral bath variation. Interesting. So we have the 95 mineral bath variation. Is that straight from the horse's mouth? I bet there's some crazy shit that black can do here, like take on d4. Bishop c4. Pawn takes pawn, bishop c4. We should get Shockey in here. You know, he'd probably like this. The mineral bath variation. 95, no takers. Jack wheelchair. And all-time super handsome have played this. Yeah, no, I don't buy 95. So queen e2, your move looks good. And now the question is, what should black do now? Twitch alerts. It's not clear what black should play here. Scary development lead for white. If e6, watch out for knight e6. Dude, black has 4-0 in this position after a6, but it looks slow. Why take on d4? What do you mean? What do you want him to do? He has to make a move. It's not obvious what black's move should be, Arsenal. Like, what? Just let white take on c4. Well, what's your move? You need to make a move is the problem. You're going to get wrecked by d5, aren't you? I'm afraid you're going to get wrecked. It's not about taking on c5. I'm afraid you're going to get wrecked centrally. Maybe Arsenal has something here, though. It's an interesting idea, the knight c6. Did an Uber driver say something about castling? I mean, I never think it's like completely off base to trade toward the center and eliminate the central pawn. But knight c6 is interesting because you have this. This isn't so clear. Man, that's a sick position. Knight e4. Like, this is the best album ever. That's what we're aiming for. We played this opening, right? But it's a problem. You have queen a5 check. That's a problem. Now that's a problem? It's not a problem. Okay, it's not a problem. Bishop d2, queen b5, knight d6 check. Just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water. Emery Tate. Bishop takes, check, knight d6 check. Not so easy, is it? So, what do you do? Knight e4, bishop d7, queen d7, queen e4. What is this, a draw? Black's up a pawn. Black's just up a pawn, man. Black's fine. Damn. So you have to take on c5. The Arsenal variation. Alright. So Arsenal variation is playable. I still don't mind CD. This looks sus. I prefer developing, but maybe you have no choice. To be fair, can we play like g6 before it's too late? I know this is an option, you know. Does this Mark Esserman stream? Can we play knight e6 now? Just to be cool. How about bishop g5, bishop g7, and then something like castle's queenside. I mean, this is Vita Lynch variation of the. It's literally the Vita Lynch variation of the Black Mardemer. Can you believe that white has lost all 3 games, all 11 games here? No. So not one person played g6. There's also bishop f4. Epic effects, and then queen b6. That doesn't look right. Have you ever heard of developing? They always play some sort of stupid move. Like, why would you play queen b6? Develop your goddamn pieces, man, before you get destroyed here. a6, a little slow. Now, I'm not certain we want to play bishop takes d7 check. In fact, no one played that move. So if you're not going to play bishop d7 check, we're going to play knight f5, right? No. Just kidding. Asterbate goes for the cheapo. Asterbate told me to go for the cheapo here. But bishop c4 makes the most sense, doesn't it? And now the Arsenal variation. Now what? Bishop e3 or something? Oh, no. 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 Goju, you played knight f3? This is no opening where you can afford to do this. I mean, this is too slow. I don't know, man. It's all about the initiative. This move is like a tempo. I mean, I don't know. In the normal, like, Sicilian or something, I could see doing that, but this is just, like, there's no way we can do this. There's no time for that. I have a crazy idea. What if we go totally psycho and just say screw it? You know, we're like gonna be like, I want to sack a piece here and see what's up. Pawn takes pawn, castles queen side. There's no way this is going to work, right? Like b4 here. Well, I think you might have a problem, Holmes. Black might have a slight problem in this position. Perhaps. You're kidding, right? You're going to continue to suggest moves? You don't resign here? I resigned for you. No, I mean, black has to be sensible after this. Bishop f4. Takes, okay. And then when I castle queenside, you have to like come to your senses and play some sort of sensible move. You know, b4. b4 loses. You have to do e6. Knight db5. Knight a6 with a face hugger. I want to play like knight d5. He1. Got you now. It's not enough. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, I have to take first. Castles queenside was too fancy. This is actually sound. This is actually... It's actually almost sound. I know we're mocking after dark. I know. Don't joke. Don't joke about it. We're basically being Mark Esserman in the Black Mardeemer. I know, I know. I can't help it. Someone suggested the Black Mardeemer. Mama says e5. Wow, that's crazy. e5 is crazy. e5 is too crazy. You're supposed to play bishop takes b5, knight b5, queen a5 check. Wow. c3. And now e6. Oh man, this is nuts. This is nuts. But you gotta play in the spirit of the Black Mardeemer. Let's make the engine decide. Oh shit. Look what number one move is. Master Sladgie. Master Sladgie with the suggestion. Bishop f4 is best move. I bet like someone on sound would have found it. I'm going to do some push-ups now. After that. If you understood e5, you give him a slam. Well, he's like developing with e5. This is... No, the engine's changing its mind now. It's playing the routine move. I love my bishop f4 though. I love that it's never been played. Sladgie variation. I now have my own variation in the Black Redeemer. This is too slow. But we're catching up now. Now it looks like you're playing, you're basically playing, what is that called? The Hennig-Shara Gambit in the... It's like a Hennig-Shara Gambit. You know, there's definitely something to be said for castling kingside, but I think, you know, objectively white's attack is not enough here. Ultimately, like, your king is going to be just as vulnerable as black's to attack. I don't know if queen c7 works, though. It doesn't... Don't we have, like, bishop takes? You have queen f4 check. This is pretty cool, though. Inspired play by white. Yeah, I'm not sure about bishop d3. Makes sense, though. It does make sense. I mean, again, this would be great if it was a blitz game, but I wouldn't really want to try this in OTB. Black was obviously a decent player. Now 85. Castles. Yeah. Well, maybe, you know, maybe we shouldn't have played rook e1 so quickly. That's a major question mark. You know, will this be necessary at some point? Will the rook contribute over there? So instead of rook he1, you know, in retrospect, actually in the black, I mean, no, I mean if we play this in the spirit of the, what's it called? If we're gonna play in the spirit of the, what's it called? The Hennig-Shara, then we either play king b1 or we play g4. Knight d5 almost works. Well, that's not surprising. Almost doesn't work. So it's like a Hennig-Shara, we play king b1, black castles, then you can play like g4. Going crazy. But I mean, this is coffee house chess. So we're committed to rook e1 now. You had to move the rook again, or chose to move the rook again. You really don't want to trade pieces, so this totally makes sense. You know, you're threatening to annihilate him. White is starting to win by force now with like a double sacrifice, probably triple sacrifice. Bishop f6. That knight on a5 ain't helping anybody. The knight on a5 is looking really stupid now. This is not the Velimirovich. He goes here, and that's like, okay. Beep, 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 beep. If there's not a sacrifice here or something for white, I would be very surprised. We need a rook lift. Pronto. Bishop takes h7 check, king takes queen h5 check. The problem is you can't drop your knight. You can rook lift, rook d3. But you can't be dropping your knight on e5. So the question is, do we have to exchange on e7 first or something? I can't believe you played bishop d2. That's like computer. Sort of computer move. It makes sense to avoid exchanges, but there's got to be something here, man. Don't you have him? Can we play check? King takes, queen h5 check, king g8. Now this is a threat. But rook f7, bishop g5 check, that's the problem. He's taking on g5. This isn't so simple. You have to find the right way to do it. I'm sure that weight is better here. Oh, famous last words. Bishop e7. What if we do bishop e7 first? He takes to the knight, and then he can swing it over here and defend. But like here, you might actually have something. Check, takes, check, king here. I mean, among other things, there's a small chance of this. Obviously, like, you know, okay, it's possible to play rook takes f7. Or knight takes f7. Oh, shit. Bye-bye has been called. Maybe a little premature. Bye-bye might be premature. The premature bye-bye. Maybe not. PC bye-bye. PC bye-byes. Damn. Uber driver may be right, though. I don't see how we're stopping this mate. My God. There's G6. Jesus Christ. Alright. Anyway, my conclusion, this is a winning position for white. But yeah, bishop h7. Check this out. Bishop h7, king h7. I thought we would just take here. That's not so clear. What did we say? Bishop takes e7 first? It's not clear. Queen takes, holds. So you gotta sack and then sack again. Wow. That is not easy. Not easy at all. And it's still a mess. But what do you expect with the Black Mardeemer? So this is like pretty slow. I'm sure you still have great chances, but I understand you're avoiding piece exchanges, and this is on a5. It's still not that bad. So now you decided to take on knight d5. What are you going to do? Sack on f6? Yeah. Bishop takes a2, threatening mate. This is not the problem. Do you have some crazy shit like bishop h7 check, takes, check, here? Look, ma no checks. Look, ma. Bishop c3, it's unclear. No, this has got to be winning. You know, you got to be winning. So bishop takes a2. Bishop takes a5, queen takes a5, and you're like up a piece. I mean, that's the bare minimum. This is a knockout. Clearly white's winning here. Where's my rook lift? Check. Check, check. Ah, this is a nice move. So you get g5 with check. Oh, I thought this was the point. Check, here, check, here. And there's a slight problem for black. A little bit outside. So queen h5. You missed a simple win. This is just baby move. Check here, check here. What did I say? Bishop h6. I mean, obviously he has this, but I don't think it's going to save anybody. He's not going to last too long, you know, even though he might not get mated immediately. Is your knight g4 just as good? Well, there's f6 now. I mean, isn't this kind of a mess? Yeah, it's a mess, dude. This is a mess now. This is not clear. Shit. You ended up like down a rook. Oh man. So as easy as that. Just check. Wow. That sucks. I mean, you even have like bishop c3 in some positions, honestly. I'd be surprised if this isn't winning. Somehow. Maybe it's a bit far-fetched. Jeez. That's a tragedy. You played this and after f6 is kind of a mess. But I'm not sure bishop takes there helps your case too much. I guess you had to distract him. That's a tragedy. And you're just down material. Not enough. I mean, I guess it takes experience playing tournaments. You kind of freaked out there. All right, interesting game. We did tons of analysis on that. Hey, it's Miro's up next. What's with the draws? We got all kinds of draws. Hey, it's Miro. Where are you? Oh my God. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What is that? I played this on Weird Wednesdays. On Weird Wednesdays only. Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't pay attention to the move order. Alright, no, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, do you even play the French? Do you even French? I mean, you kind of have to play d5 if you don't play the French, bro. You can play the Caro-Kann if you want to. It's never too late to play the Caro-Kann. c6, e4. Then what do I do? Yeah, it's really not a Caro-Kann. Caro-Logic. Caro-Logic. Alright, anyway. Somehow, Hayes Miro was playing the black side of the classical French. And then white played bishop g5. And my recommendation, being the great French defense expert that I am renowned to be, is to play the Byrne variation with pawn takes pawn. I think this is the most dynamic, but it's also risky because if white gets in d5, you get like obliterated. You got to know what you're doing. If you give up the center, you got to know what you're doing. Obviously, it's a very dynamic line, not the safest, but I think worth playing. If you want to go really crazy, you can play the McCutcheon, which is a favorite of Jesse Cry. I don't know if he's still playing it. I don't know where it stands, like theoretically these days. It's never been fully really respected. Jesse used to swear up and down that the McCutcheon was okay. It's not like every day you see like top grandmasters playing the McCutcheon. And other than that, there's like the solid, which you did. And now white plays like the super lame bishop takes f6. I did this once in a blitz game. I mean, I was just kind of bored with the clotheslines, and I mean, obviously the most aggressive is e5 and knight here and h4 to Alekhine Chittard attack. I think it's sound. In fact, like a lot of top players don't accept the pawn. Let me go to the normal opening explorer. So you can see like h6 is pretty popular, and also c5. There are like Nigel Short and stuff. I mean, there are some top French players who don't accept this gambit. I don't know. I'm not that much of an expert, but anyways. But this is lame, but also boring. All right. Have you seen Richard Rockport? I think he's around here somewhere. The guy with like long hair. He looks like a football player. Yeah, this is definitely abnormal. Obviously, the problem is pawn takes pawn. Now, hey, it's Miro. I know you're going to play some kind of unsound gambit here, but it's not recommended to do like c5 or whatever, you know. This is definitely not a good Albin for black. But his opponent was cooperative and just transposed to like a burn variation with knight f3. Dude, I mean, he has to do pawn takes pawn. And, you know, you're screwed. You're completely screwed. No matter what you choose to do here. Well, you gotta have the bad structure. Not a desirable exchange French. But it's possible you're not like losing by force. Good luck against Magnus Carlsen the next time you play him. So you might want to like vary your move order next time. Knight f3 anyway. We're back into like a normal opening now. And white is committed to knight f3, which is probably okay. Personally, in the burn variation, I like the, let's see, where are we? The take, bishop e7, bishop f6, pawn takes, and then like trying to castle long. So white can play queen d3 and like queen d2. But I'm not qualified to really like make a decision about what the best line is. I'll have to talk to some kind of French defense expert. But anyways, this is apparently main line. And now there's f5 and b6, and once I thought about playing this with white against Sedlak, like in 2017, but I decided he was just too good, and it was just like too many good lines for black. But the only thing you really have to know is that like if black ever gets like d5, he's basically dead. You know, this is like the most important strategic concept. If somehow white manages to push d5, it's a big problem. A lot of lines like strategically. So I think that's what white needs to be thinking about. I know that both of these lines with f5 and b6 are played, and I have no clue like which one is better. Looking at the opening explorer, it looks like an a6 is a move too. Yeah, I think Sedlak actually played this a6 move as well. But b6 is and f5 are standard. You see, now this makes sense because this push, if pushy happens, sometimes black structure gets really bad. So you gotta be on your guard for that at all times. Like, okay, he can't do it now, he'll just like drop a pawn, but don't let your guard down. White's, so it's amazing, 203 games here, and white only has played 3 different moves. That's pretty amazing. I would think maybe like queen d3 is still a move. Obviously you have to defend the knight or move it, so those are your options. This has the advantage of, I had a game like this with white a couple weeks ago where, you know, there were like 2 options, going back here and going back here, and the engine said like knight g3 was worse. So this is definitely a possibility. But with this move, you know, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm blocking the threats along the g-file. But ultimately, I guess the knight can get attacked too by the f-pawn, and it's really not in a great position. So I guess this is really important for him. Now c6 or knight d7. See, c6, this is an ugly move, but as I said, you have to stop d5. It's one of the only takeaways I have for this type of position. As ugly as that is, it may be necessary. Um, so he goes here. That's apparently a mistake. And now, what are you supposed to do? Like, if you could play c5, you'd be happy. You could play c5, no? But, I mean, I guess the question is, like, check. Or, like, c3, maybe? He just, like, hunkers down. If you want to play c5, it might be a little risky. And I guess you're not going to castle queenside in that type of position. But this is definitely weird. You just turned your burn variation into like a Nimzabitch. The point would be, well, first of all, what do you do on d5? Are you just like, are you immediately in trouble after d5? I already don't like black's position. You can take, but the white squares are bad. So I think this is a pretty serious mistake. You can play c6. You might be able to try c5. And you can play, routine moves. Like knight d7. But again, I want to keep this under. I want to keep this under surveillance. We were trying with suggestion of queen d6. Okay, this is interesting. And it would fit with like knight d7. So your suggestion makes some sense. I like as move 11 would attest to the shelf, queen shelf on f4 is definitely a thing. Queen d6 is not stupid. Although you do have to watch Uber Driver. Got the cheapo with queen b4. Alright. This doesn't look right. But he needs to hammer you with d5. I mean, what are you going to do? Knight here? The problem is check. Maybe it's not so big a deal. Okay. Maybe he's right. Maybe you do have this. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. This is an issue. Like bishop check, you have c6. I totally forgot. Yeah. No, you're okay here. I mean, I don't think your position is great, but it's probably not that bad either. It looks like you're okay. Takes. I guess bishop takes. And the ending should be okay for black. It's like 0. It's actually better for black. Okay. Yeah, you're okay. So d5's not a problem. Alright. But keep an eye on it. So he plays queen d2. But I think like this move, knight takes d4. So here looks good. Then h5, where I'm like, dude, I'm down with Uber Driver here, man. I'm totally okay with queen d6. But maybe it's too slow now because of knight e4. You have other options. I mean, this is a weird move. If you're gonna, you're now playing a strange position, to be honest. No, I used to commentate like tournaments for other sites before I started streaming. So this is kind of how I got into this whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. H5 feels too slow, but okay, we'll see. Does he have d5? Again, knight a5. But you're kind of pushing the fundamentals here, like where Uber Driver's going to freak out in a minute. He's got to have d5. Here it is. Bam. We've been waiting 100 moves for this. But you got knight a5 anyway. Poor guy. Like, he just can't get in d5. Doesn't work. Unbelievable. Holy shit. Check. And you're down a pawn, but you have the h3 slicer. Oof. Isn't that a beautiful thing? The h3 move? Yeah, this is good. He really had big problem now. I don't like that. I don't want to lose my bishop. Why you give up bishop? Oh no. Oh, you just want to take? Does it work? It's that easy? You can just take and take? Oh no. I thought you were going to play rook takes h2. And it's too slow? Oh no. Rook takes here, and he has rook g3. It's a disaster. Hold on a second here. You're going to give up your light square bishop for nothing? What do I want you to play? I don't know. Well, why don't you just play this first? I don't understand. There's 93 now. There's 93 now. Neutrinos. There's no 93 now. I need to know why black didn't play rook g8. And what I would have done here. Rook a d8. What? That's another option. This is another option. You're just like obsessed with trading pieces. No, I know you're undermining f3, but no. I like this. I mean, we're threatening to win now. No, rook g8 threatens to win immediately. Bishop takes f3 and rook takes h2. Yeah, bishop c5 is on the menu as well. This looks really good, but I don't like cashing out. We cashed out a little early here. You're telling me like he doesn't have h3 or something? There is this move, you know, in certain positions. I don't know what it does, but keep an eye out for it. I just don't like giving up your bishop pair. If there's any chance of him surviving. He played that. But wait for it. Are you serious? You're threatening rook h1, so there's none of this? You're winning on that. Oh, nice. So he had to go here. And now rook h1. What? He blundered. You know, you need to find a better move, bro. Maybe there is no better move. Your whole variation is screwed. Bishop c5. I guess this is the real question. We're winning. Shit. It works. He can't defend. What happens on rook g3? Here. Well, I guess you're just like paralyzed. That's weird. White's kind of paralyzed. But how does black win? You know what I mean? Bishop takes e3 check doesn't work. How do we win? Here with black? Some secret move like f5 or something? I don't understand where our win is. I guess rook takes, but then what? Where's the win? No. He just says rook g2. There must be something really subtle like rook freaking h8, man. Holy shit. You know, I don't know. I mean, does this win? I'm paranoid of b4, you know? Because we're threatening this. The Uber driver concept. Well, actually, we have double threats. Jesus Christ. It is the best move. Rook h8. That's hard to find. It's your only winning line. But there are other moves apparently, like king g6, although that looks like it should be too slow. That wasn't so easy to see, you know. I mean, it looks like, oh, maybe it's nothing. We only... Yeah, this is a major blunder. Now it's a draw. Should be a draw. Wow. And you actually walked into a tactic. I mean, you're a little bit better, but I think it's a draw. Yeah, he has a nice tactic there. Now the question is, can white win? No. Oh, okay. The pawn's gone. Okay, it's a draw. Alright. This game went another 70 moves. Like, dude, are you serious? How can this game go like 70 moves? I mean, that's crazy. Why bishop f8? Why not like dominate his knight? I guess you're afraid of knight g3 there. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter. Alright, now he threatens to fork a different way. It's a dead draw. I don't know how this game went so long. Okay. B3 is probably a bad move by white, ironically. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. It's a draw. It's not a bad move. Well, actually, I don't like this, to be honest. Probably he should play, actually, c3. And white wouldn't have any problems. It looks like after b3, you could play king d4 and annoy him a little bit. That doesn't seem so simple, actually. Now he has chances to lose. He made me play it out. Well, if anything, you're better here. Now, after king d4. He's just weakened his queenside, and he has no way to like easily defend this. But you played a5, and he's okay now. That was a huge moment. If you play king d4, and now it's like, okay, not so easy for white. He could get in trouble, man. No, but white can run out of moves. I mean, he's... maybe you have this or something weird, like king f4. But like, you know, this type of shit, you could play b5, a4, a3. Only black can win this position, I mean, objectively. It's plus 0.6, yeah. But you know, you shouldn't fix your pawns on dark squares. I mean, don't do that. If anything, you should play b5 first, and then maybe a5, a4. This is a huge mistake. I mean, obviously, like, b5. And now he fixes, yeah, now he can torture you a little bit. It's not a big deal. Yeah, you shouldn't exchange there. It's a dead draw anyway, it doesn't matter. But, I mean, exchange all the pawns at this point. You know, just go here and bishop d4 and it's a draw. Anyway, alright, on to the next game. Onward and upward. Edward Suarez. Arsenal. Arsenal fan is white. Alright, guys. I'm getting hungry. Arsenal with the French, with white. I hate the Rubinstein or whatever. It sucks for black. It's just passive. So he plays this kind of rare move. And now what do we do? Well, I think now you have knight g5, don't you? No? Still no good? Yeah. Still no good. Never mind. Okay, so standard time, standard moves. Castles. Boring. Yeah, Arsenal is like... Have you seen my butt plug? That's really tame, you know. There's nothing wrong with castles kingside, but... This is a little anal. I'm just really partial to castle and queenside. You don't have to castle queenside, but I like at least having the option to castle queenside. Keep them in the dark. You know, why do you have to like tip them off to castle and kingside? You're not committed to castling either way here, but at least like I think keep your options open. Plus you could do some psycho shit with like knight g5. I'm sure that could still be an option if he decides to do something stupid. Look at this. Now black's already in trouble. You know, it's a lot like the Caro-Kann line, right? The Caro-Kann Kasparov deep blue variation where like white sacks on f7. Wow, Kudrin whacked somebody there. Oh, my friend Alex Cherniak. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, what was he thinking? Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know what Alex was thinking. I mean, he's a good French player. Played a lot. I don't know what he was thinking playing this. This is horrible. Alright, anyway. This is a tight variation for white. It's certainly very safe. It's kind of like I mean, you're basically playing a Kali system at this point, right? When we play the Kali system, I still think we're gonna maybe keep the rook on f1 and try to maybe play with f4, f5. I don't know. c3 is possible. Arsenal, by the way, it's never too late to play the London system. Yeah, Alex is a nice guy. I haven't seen him in years and years. Once he visited me here and played in Budapest. Well, he didn't come to visit me, but he ended up like coming to my house. I haven't had any contact with him since like I saw him in like 2014 or something. He's a really nice guy. A little weird, but he's nice. I lost the shortest game I ever lost against him. 7 moves with white on a piece. Alright. Anyway, the London system it is. The Chris Chase... No, what was that? Chris Chase International or something. Wow. Okay. So how do you feel about like bishop d2, where you look both ways? Mama says look both ways. Mama says look both ways before you cross the street, Arsenal. Arsenal didn't check. He didn't look both ways. Oh, bishop c1 is a favorite of Spectacular Camel. Now black's a sicko, man. Black played f5. Oh man. I'm getting hungry. Wow. Did you shit your pants when you played this? Or you had your butt plug in? Oh, that's funny. No, it looks like we might be having to sacrifice a piece, but it's alright. It's alright. It's so possible that this is so compromising that it doesn't even matter if we're losing a piece. This happens to me in the King's Indian sometimes. It's happened to me in the King's Indian. I'm serious. You got some interesting options here. You can always sacrifice the knight. There's not quite enough compensation there. Man, there's gotta be something. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something here. You got caught napping with the F5. You did 96, but wait. But I don't get it. Like, aren't we losing a piece here? So you're gonna play this where you're getting e6 and another pawn, and you got 2 pawns for the piece. No. Oh, I thought your point was to do this or something, but maybe that's not so clear. Okay, yeah, okay, basically the same thing, except there's an exchange of, yeah. But I mean, I'm curious here before you go into this. Before you commit to this, I have this weird feeling like there might be something else. There's some crazy way to like not lose a piece somehow. Maybe I'm just this pipe dream. I guess it's like a pipe dream. I don't know. I just feel like I would want to just keep looking until I've exhausted every possibility. There's nothing else. When he plays f4, he has to open up the d3 h7 diagonal. Nothing there. If only our queen was on e2. And knight g5 just seems to give up piece. I honestly don't see anything better than what Arsenal did. But it wouldn't have happened if our queen was on e2. What about, yeah, knight g5, knight f g5, bishop g5, knight g5, queen g5. There's nothing there. It kind of looks like, Arsenal has to do what he did. I don't have anything better. I mean, I would pass a glance at queen e2, but I just don't. I don't see it. We're just down. We're down a piece or a pawn here. We have a really nice coordination though. And we got to at least check out like one more move. We just don't seem to have enough. There's like this. Just like one move short. 10 cents short of $1. It might work in bullet chess, but I doubt this is sound. -4? Nah. Alright, so I guess, you committed your bishop to a sacrifice for the cause. You got 2 pawns for the piece. Ops color bishops. Yeah, I mean, it's a practical fight, but I'd like to get the H file here. Maybe. Objectively, you're probably lost here. But it's a good practical question. How much resistance can you put up down a piece for 2 pawns? I like the fact that it's ops color bishops. If he's lazy, you know, he could easily... If he drops one more pawn, you have full compensation. Now he found queen e2. I wasn't sure about bishop f6, but, you know, it's not that easy for him. Because he can't force any exchanges of... He can't really force any exchanges of material. So this idea, of course, you know, we do not want to let him trade. I don't know. I mean... This is the obvious move. But you also have to consider... The problem is, like, bishop here, he has knight f6. I don't like our rook on e6. I feel like you have to move the bishop. You could go to f1. It's rather passive, but just temporary. I mean, he has a weakness here, here. It's not so easy, and the knight on b4 is pretty out of play, realistically. It's going to have to go back when you hit it. I'm not sure it does anything, to be honest with you. So I don't know. You know, bishop f6 isn't great. He doesn't have a great move. I would try to trade pieces, but, you know, again, you don't have to exchange pieces here. It's not so easy for black to defend. He just can't force exchanges. You know, this makes total sense. Rook e8 makes total sense. This makes sense. And you don't want to trade. Driver, it would be painful for him to avoid exchanges. But I guess this move may be a mistake. I think black needs a little more urgency here. You're basically threatening rook e1, and I think he should meet you on the e file. Probably king h8 is isn't necessary. I mean, he's expecting queen b3. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure that queen b3 is that dangerous. I mean, he can play like, ooh, bishop f5. That's the problem. Alright, so it has to be super careful. Like queen f7. Queen f7. If rook e1, then rook e8. And he's like hanging on. Well, I mean, he's still better hanging on. You're hanging on. Queen b3. Queen f7 looks like the best move. Actually, you have g4, but if you play g4, you know, you gotta watch this. So I think queen takes, queen c2, and then queen f7. Black's better. Plus 1.9. But it's not, you know... The Pomniachi could lose this position for black. Rook e1. So he does find queen f7, but... a move later. You know, this is kind of tempting, but again, you don't really want to trade. This is also tempting. Maybe a3 with the idea of c4. It's hard to decide on a plan for white. This is insane. I mean, this guy has to trade pieces here. Uber Driver would slap him around for playing rook d8. I mean, of course you can play knight d5 and you don't have to exchange, but I'm just saying, like, at least you should try to exchange pieces. And I think, yeah, draw is okay with us. We don't have quite enough material, so you're definitely okay with the draw. And he gives you another pawn. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. You're like one pawn down. It's not that easy for black. And now you have like absolutely enough. Perfect structure. Plus his king is open. This is the kind of situation where the queen's on. I mean, I'm not even sure like white isn't better here. I mean, the computer will probably freak out and say I'm crazy, but the closer we get to an endgame, you know, the more these pawns matter. And now you have a If only you had the H file with the rook. I mean, I wonder if you have something better here. It's hard to transition to playing for a win after you were like lost the whole game. But I think at this point you have to come to the realization that you might actually be better. The engine says it's like dead equal. But practically speaking, I mean, I know that it's kind of hard when you were down a piece before, but if you have the will here, I think white can play for a win just as well as black. Did you miss winning a piece there when knight takes f6 check? Oops. You missed knight f6 check. Simple win. Oops. I mean, you have rook lift. I think if I were him, I would honestly seriously consider playing like b5 to lock my knight down on d5. But I'm telling you, I think you're better after queen takes g6, objectively. And maybe he can defend actively. He has rook d6 here, for example. I don't think he should object to trading pieces at this point, you know. If you do like rook e6 or something, he's okay with that. Objectively, it's a draw, but I think practically speaking, white is better. Yeah. And then you like could have won a piece. But I understand the psychology of it. I mean, you're down a piece the whole freaking game. I mean, you're like, okay, draw's all right with me. All right. What do we got? Lunatic Pandora. Lunatic Pandora playing white. Advanced French, aka Move 11. Thanks, guys, for supporting the stream. Move 11. Our only gifter. Wow, our only gifter this week. LVN with 200 bits, though. Our only gift subber with 6 gift subs. Anani Mouse. And, guys, dump the money in the hat, and we'll see you on actually tomorrow with the morning stream. Alright, h4, h6 was played. The modern h6. g4, and then bishop h7. So I feel safer with bishop d7. All these moves are possible. That and bishop e4 even. I can't remember now. I did look at this. I did a chess lecture series on it like 2 or 3 years ago. And I know Move 11 did analyze this. Bishop c8. Get out of here with the bishop c8. What kind of loser would play that? Eugenia Chasov Nikova and Estevez Hernandez. Their average rating is like 2270. Bishop c8. Get out of here. I had this game. What did I have the game with? What did he play? He played something here weird, like knight c3, c5, and then did knight takes d5 and resigned. Was that the position? That wasn't the same position. Oh yeah, maybe it was. That was a simul game where the guy just like had to resign to bishop c6. That's stupid. All right, g4, bishop h7, e6. Okay, so now black has what, 2 options? There's the queen d6 and takes. And I guess this might be better, but there are problems there as well. Yeah, I don't really recommend this variation for black. I don't know. I think you gotta play safe. Really dangerous for black otherwise. Alexander Ivanov versus Faye Ivanov. Favor Flav, we used to call him. Favor Flav. Mr. Coffee never met him. He was like the quintessential Russian immigrant candidate, master. Played for a draw every game. It was really hard to beat him, though. He lived in Pennsylvania, that's why it's interesting. Alright, f takes e6, and then bishop d3. Oh, this is his game against Favor Flav. So the bishop on c8, you know, there's that horrible game where, was it Vachier lost with black? Alex played knight f3 here. Yeah, honestly, move 11, you're running a risk, you know, that his king just like escapes over here and he's okay with queen g6 check. But I guess objectively, this can't be bad. Alex just played knight f3. Favor Flav played this, giving himself what, the d8 square here, and then knight e4. Wow, castles. Queen a6, queen e3, knight d6. That's a weird move. What? This is really weird. Okay, queen takes, knight d7, queen g6 check, king d8, rook e1, and now c5, of course. Anyway, this looks good as well. I guess if his king can get to like b7, I mean, at least the king is safe. But he has a problem with the bishop on f8. I mean, that's really a big issue. Eventually, he can trade your queen off. I mean, damn. Maybe he should do this right away. Then you're like, check. Here, knight f7. I mean, it's hard for black to get out of the paralysis. I think he's just in a kind of paralysis, and you know, you can leave your knight on f7 for a long time. I mean, he's gonna have to do like the Flavanov thing with knight back to d6 or something eventually. Dude, he's like gonna lose his rook. I guess he has to go here. That rook could be in trouble in some lines. Yeah, it's pretty bad for black. Now, I mean, this is gonna come in some positions here. If you play g5, so this is safe. You know, the Uber driver suggestion is too late now. But I wonder what white should play now. I mean, what about just like knight f7? I mean, just, you don't have to rush. He's kind of tied up, right? The f4 seems very committal, but it's probably good anyway. I guess it's just good anyway. I mean, he can't do anything about this. e6 is really big deal. But this is weird. I mean, I expected you to take here. Oh, you're winning. You're not winning anything there. Why don't you take on e6 check? Black doesn't have any threats, and I think you have a winning position. Check here. And you traded queens. Are you okay? You're like masochistic or something? I don't think you should trade queens here. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble. If you take here, what's he gonna do? He has really no threats. It seems like, I mean, what's he gonna do? Queen a6 and come in here? By that time, you'll have like rook h3, rook f3, and be coming down the f-file. Black has a strong looking knight, but I don't think he can actually do anything with it, and he can't coordinate his position. So even though you have no development, you're actually clearly better. I think this is definitely a mistake. Or castles, right. I forgot you could castle. But trading queens has got to be a mistake, man. You know, you're... I guess you're still better, but how much, you know? I think if black plays g6, he's like out of the woods. So it seems like this is your only hope to win the game. You got to seriously consider h5, right? What's the best move here? Well, your move is actually the best move. But the problem is, I don't understand. Like, what are you going to do when he plays like g6 and he creeps out? That's exactly what I was afraid of. Take g6. So isn't black like hanging on now? You let him hang on. I'm not sure if you should grab the file, but h5 makes some sense. But here he could also take, possibly. Yeah, I guess bishop g7. I get it. He doesn't really have a bishop. It's interesting what move 11 did here at the end of the day. Which makes me wonder, is this worse for black than we thought? That's the extent of his bishop, huh? Interesting. Yeah, this is move 11. Do you really want to let him play rook f3? Maybe we should prevent that. Ooh. Speaking of rook b3, black is kind of down a piece. It's instructive. Wow. Down a bishop. Learning from Sasha. Ooh. We should be able to beat him down a bishop. And that's a really sad move to play. So check. Do we have an alternative here? No, let's think about this for a minute. I mean, can't you do like bishop d2? He has rook f4. Then king e3. Then he like sacks an exchange or something. God. Can you imagine this? This could be messy. Although you still might be winning if you pick off the b7 pawn. I'm not sure you handled this right. You gave him a little bit of counterplay. Why rook b6? I mean, isn't that kind of slow? Don't you have time to play this here? Yeah, you're winning. But apparently rook b6 is winning as well. I mean, do we really have time for this crap? And is he threatening anything? So if you just go there, he goes here, you take his pawn, and you're like queening. Queen me. But move 11 is like taking time with rook g1. I mean, this looks a little kind of slow. Now he's starting to go down here. And now he's going down there. But for some reason he doesn't play it, which is weird. Now finally, talk about doing things the hard way. Alright. And now you have possibly a6? No. Yeah, this is winning now. This is crushing. I mean, this is too much. Yeah. You kind of did things the hard way there. e6, anybody? That's rough. Dude doesn't have a lot of threats. Yeah. Oh my god. What? What? Yeah, you just like panicked here. He literally has no threats. They're down to 10 and 5 seconds respectively. No, it's a draw. Anyway, alright. It was a silly blitz game. LVN, I'm going to quickly take a look at your game. I really got to go. Thanks for the donations, guys. Dude destroyed me from a Halloween Gambit. Yeah, I saw this. Forbidden Cheapos. 2,500. What is the time control? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 10-0? Okay, I had a Halloween Gambit like 2 weeks ago. This is like the best line, definitely. Yeah. So, okay, here and now. So the established move is what? D5, right? And now after bishop takes d5, I think the engine says, what is it, this or something? But I played this against Asterbait, or who? No, it wasn't Asterbait. It was someone else. Bishop e4 is interesting. Yeah, this is. Let's see, lichess. Oh, there's a million games. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't really like this because my pieces get tangled up. So what did you do? Bishop c4, d5, and then takes c6. Okay. Why don't I like c6? Well, it's a little slow. That is the number one move here. Computer doesn't like it though, interestingly. It's like clearly the third best move. Well, f6, yeah, f6. You never watched Ben Feingold? Alright. Sparklehorse is black. So interestingly, I played it against Asterbait and another 1300. And I have 2 games against Asterbait. But there was another game I played against an anonymous guy who played pretty well, actually. I played bishop e4 against the anonymous guy. I played this in most of my games. Somebody played queen f3 against me. So I had a crazy game. Queen f3, yeah, queen f3, bishop e6, bishop takes b7, rook b8. Oh, what? Oh, that's crazy. I had the same line against Mickey, and I totally forgot about it. Oh my god, I had this game before. That's insane. So I played this twice now. Yeah, I beat him. So this is something to think about. You know, this variation is, let's see what happened. I took on d4. Yeah, I had the exact same game. Oh, that's funny. But, what did my opponent do now? It was a different move. See, Mickey played rook d1, but my opponent in an anonymous game played this. And now I messed up. I almost lost. I totally let this position spiral out of control. And the engine said up until here it was perfect, but I was like, oh, let's just trade queens. And then like white gets this pawn on a7, and all hell broke loose after that. It was like takes here, and this f4. I wanted to kill myself. It was like a 10-0 game. Rated. I take it back. It wasn't anonymous. It was a rated game on my Smurf account, and I barely beat the guy. Oh, that was the game I showed you guys where I mated him with rook h6. Or no. No, maybe it wasn't. No, it was a different game. It was a different game. Anyway, this is interesting. No, I'm just kidding, Arsenal. Yeah, f6 is probably a move somewhere. You see, this, I don't like the look of this, bro. you've got, you know, this is like this the structure that Nefedov had against that guy. I'm already not liking this. This is scary. He's got a very strong center and the possible bishop a3. See, this is why I don't like this line. I say screw the c6 and just go here immediately. And now he doesn't have time for that crap. You know, what's he going to play? Let's see what the engine says. Bishop e3 anyway. But see, this has got to be better. I don't necessarily have to give up my bishop, do I? Here. Castles. And now you can play knight f5. Wow. So we got games in the lichess Opening Explorer. Wow, one game, and it's 1900s. Okay, this is still not clear. It's still unclear, but I like it better than giving up this bishop. This looks dicey. So what did you do? C6 here. You're just giving up your dark square bishop. This is dangerous. You know, I'm not surprised White has like a 50% score here almost. And the big pawn roller. Man, you got to keep the f5 blockaded. Look at that pawn flank phalanx from hell for White. It looks like, you know, g4 is coming. If you play bishop f5, castles looks insane. Can we play h5? Yeah, I like h5, bro. I'm signing up for h5. We gotta set up a blockade here. That shit has to be stopped now. Then you can sit and hold f5. And it's obviously still very messy, but you can see black has a solid blockade. What's up with knight f5? Magson, you see, Magson Carlness played this. It has to be okay for black. But anyway. Alright, let's see what happened. So, where did you leave book? Here, f4. And why do I have a problem with this move? Bishop e6, maybe g4? Yeah, g4 is the problem. He didn't do it, though. You know, that's the move that scares the crap out of me. You're probably going to have to, like, sacrifice a piece back now. Or maybe that's where Arsenal plays f5. Bishop takes. A takes. What are you going to do? Jeez. There's no sacrificing pieces back here. You're just basically... It looks like black is worse. I mean, this is a nightmare. You let his pawns get out of control. Yeah. You're lucky he didn't play g4. Now you did h5. Okay. a4. That's pretty random. Wow, this guy's played this 3 times. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Wow, that is weird. He likes to move a4. He's like an expert. But doesn't he have this now? Why doesn't he have d5? Huh? Is anybody home? Is LVN gone? I guess LVN left. Okay, he just does c3, but can somebody explain to me what happens here? Am I missing something? Because I don't really like the look of this, man. Anyways. I guess you can't play knight f5. Some guy beat him with queen d7, which makes sense. Yeah, you gotta hold the line on the blockade here. It's like the battle for Bakhmut. Dig some trenches, man. I mean, this is dig it in. You might get anthrax. All right, knight f5, c3, h4. I don't understand why he's not pulling the trigger on d5. Okay, now it's too late. After queen d3, you have queen b6 check. Play this unprovoked. But this is like much better than it was. Now you have like kind of formidable blockade. You're actually threatening tactics and weird mates and stuff. Right. But I wouldn't say this guy crushed you at all. You're totally in the game here. You just need to be careful. For example, what if you... Yeah, exactly what you did. What's wrong with this? You seem to be okay here. Shifted the blockade. What did you do? 5 minutes left. The problem is this is coming in. B6 feels kind of desperate. But I don't know what to suggest. I guess in retrospect, it would have been better to play B5 directly. Wow. That's a lot of pawns. Damn. So what did this guy end up with in terms of like CPL or whatever? Oof. Yeah, there's no hope. All right, what was the evaluation here? I gotta go, guys. Is he like a computer or something? Is there any chance White's a computer? With that name, Forbidden Cheapos, I would be a little suspicious. But not necessarily. Just saying, you know, you never know. Doesn't look like it. He made 2 blunders, okay. No, it's a legitimate game. You just gotta play better D there. But I think this variation isn't the optimal for black. Anyway, guys, Arsenal fan, see you later. Thanks for sticking with me. We'll be back on Friday. Thanks to King Condiment for following. LVN for the bits. Move 11 for the gift subs. Thank you, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Mr. Coffee, you're the best ever. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. No doubt. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on Friday. Take care.